Yeah.
Oh,
I totally wrecked that.
it sounds so much the same.
Yeah.
So we're live. I could try, but. Welcome you to the Provo Municipal Council work meeting. It's Tuesday, March 11th at 12:30 p.m. And we will first do roll call, starting with Henley.
Sorry.
Richardson.
Rachel Whipple.
Barry Garrett.
Patrice McHenry.
Travis Hoven. Thank you. As a first item of business, it's proposed we approve the minutes from December 17th council meeting, the February 25th work meeting, and the February 25th council meeting. Are there any requested changes or objections to this approval?
No.
If not, we will declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. Next, we have an ordinance amending Provo City Code regarding the minimum lot size requirement in the Agritourism Overlay, presented by one of our planners, Dustin Wright.
Microphone or? Nope, just speak out. It's all in the ceiling. Okay, so this item here is an applicant requested text amendment that they're looking to amend the city code to allow 1 acre lots in agricultural zone to be able to then apply for the rezone overlay zone on top of that agricultural zone. That overlay zone is called the agritourism overlay zone. So it's a newer one that we've had created recently in the last couple of years, and that's kind of what sets this text amendment apart from other ones you see, is that there are no other properties that this text amendment would affect, as this is something that there are no existing overlay zones. This agritourism overlay at this time, where they'd already be under the 5 acre lot size. So that's kind of what sets this one apart. This is one where, if passed, someone that was wishing to apply this, they'd have to go through the rezone process, which would go through staff review, planning commission, and city council. So it gives you that opportunity to take a look at each one of these as they come through. So that staff is capable. Planning commission is for a positive recommendation as well. Any questions that I could help with?
I have so many because I'm so uncomfortable with this. Okay, so Peggy Case, from what I understand, her 1 acre is R1.8. It's not even agricultural residential, correct? So why not just go with the commercial zone to encompass what she wants to do?
I don't know all of her reasons. I guess that's something you could ask her tonight. But yeah, she would have to go through a rezone and rezone to supply, but she's just starting out set up so she could then. So I haven't seen all the reasons what she's looking to do there.
Well, she's talked to me and she wants to do an Airbnb and then she wants to do some classes.
Some what classes?
Classes, yeah. But she wants to do something to make money with the property. She's a real estate agent and she wants to do something to make money there. So if you can do this, with what she's doing, why not just do a commercial zone? It's on Center Engineering. There's Charlie's property on the corner and she's right next to it. So I believe in the general plan that has that as what, downtown commercial or mixed use or something. It would fall within that.
For property.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
No, it's the west side downtown-ish.
So is there something, Dustin, that agritourism gives her that the commercial zone would not?
I would imagine so. Otherwise, yeah, maybe she should look at doing that. But we're just going off the request that she submitted. So they,
Sure.
as an applicant, they can submit this request.
I was
There's not a whole lot that the Agritourism Overlay Zone. That house is pretty limited as far as.
I looked at her statement and several times she was talking about short-term rentals, like an Airbnb type thing. But looking at the code, it doesn't seem like a short-term rental. It's a permitted use in the agritourism zone. So I'm very confused.
Yeah, there's 4 things. It's commercial tours, educational classes, museums, event halls, subject to that check. So those are the 4 things that overlays on.
No, I asked her about that and she said Aaron told her that it would. Is Aaron here?
Yeah, I can respond to that.
Okay,
Um,
help.
So there's kind of 2 parts to this request. The one is to get the agricultural zone, the residential agricultural zone, or the agricultural zone where bed and breakfasts are a conditional use in those zones. So that's half of it. She's got a large barn in the back of the property, which she wants to use as an event center. From the last discussion I had with her, I'm not sure if it's going to change. The agritourism overlay gets her that advance. So between those 2
But
zone
not
changes.
Commercial wouldn't get her that.
I'm sorry.
Commercial wouldn't get her that though. The event center.
I'd have to look through our commercial zones to see if both of those uses are permitted in a single zone. A lot of our commercial zones would permit one and not the other, or conditionally approve one and not the other. But this is the path that she chose to try to get those things.
So you're saying ag tourism does allow short-term rentals?
The agritourism doesn't, it'd be the underlying zone. the ag zone.
I don't understand.
The agricultural zone, the A1 zone.
Uh-huh.
So she'd have to rezone from R1 to agricultural,
Okay,
and then she wants to apply that agritourism overlay on top of that.
so agriculture allows,
Ag gets her the short term, ag overlay gets her the event center.
why does ag have short-term?
Ag allows bed and breakfasts as a conditional use.
As a
Store.
conditional use, but
Like-
not necessarily by right.
Not remember right, they have to go through the conditional use process. There's a lot of steps that she would have to go through if this first step was successful.
So there are so many 1-acre parcels on the west side of neighborhoods that are residential agricultural. And this is what brings me so much pause. A 5-acre gives you, this is not stuff that I want in a residential. And I think we need to be very forthcoming for whoever wants to come forward and look at these things and say, these are not things that at least Becky Bogdan does not want into a residential neighborhood. I don't want a bed and breakfast there. I don't want, we even live there, we don't allow business to come into these residential neighborhoods without restrictions, right? So many customers per hour, so many employees per hour. And this just brings up just a whole slew of concerns for me. Bring it down to 1 acre versus 5 acres.
Could I ask a little bit more about, so independent of what her intentions are, can you explain your support for it? Like, what's the reasoning for using the acreage?
Maybe I can.
Yeah.
Yes, this one property might not be right. But there, like you said, there are a lot of agricultural properties out there that have viable agricultural uses currently on the land. And the whole idea of agritourism overlay was to try to supplement those farmers, ranchers' ability to keep those agricultural uses going. So if they don't have quite 5 acres, but they want to continue farming, this would give them the opportunity to supplement that income. So that's the reason behind the staff recommendation for.
Also, the overlay zone can only be applied to the agricultural zone, not the residential agricultural zone. So that zone, if that's what you were referring to, you can't apply for the overlay zone.
Now, how easy is it for them to take away the agricultural residential zone, or not agritourism overlay? Would it be something like the CUP, like what they did with?
It'd be the same as any other zone change, so that it'd have to be, the zone would have to be amended again to remove.
So let's say we had a big old Friday dance hall. For using it as something that we didn't want it used for. We would just go in and remove the property out from underneath.
No, not necessarily. So there's regulations and standards in the agritourism overlay specifically for visitors. If they aren't meeting those, then they would lose their business license for that use. That's how we would handle that.
So
We wouldn't take the zone away, we would take the business license away.
and that's just for the event center,
That's just for the events,
not the museums and
not the museum or the field trips or passes.
like a Jakers, like that's what we're looking at for museum is.
I'm sure what Jakers.
Or they heard those, come have a field trip over at my farm and pick your pumpkin and
Similar
ride a
uses to that,
horse
yeah.
and the school pays like $200 for the.
So like you said, Dustin, even earlier, even though the the AT classification would apply to all 1 acre properties, each person would still need to pursue the zone map amendment.
Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily apply to them, it would just mean that they could then apply for.
Okay, they could apply.
Yeah.
So we'd still have to hear each one independently.
Right, but just like we do a general plan, we put out expectations, right?
Okay.
And so what I'm totally uncomfortable with, there's so many of these 1 acre agricultural residential parcels within the west side. For example, Tony Kajanis, when they came in and they, he had his divorce and dude came in and they said, a developer came and purchased all that property and they went bankrupt. Tony kept an acre. So you've got an acre right here in this residential zone. Is that an appropriate place for a bed and breakfast? Is that an appropriate place for a museum? Is that an appropriate place for an event center?
Well, if I'm understanding this correctly, though, that would be adjudicated at the point of application. It doesn't,
No, but what,
Right.
right, but what I'm
so if
saying
we don't
is,
think it's appropriate, we can say
Right.
no.
but I would prefer having something in there that says, hey, if you have like 2 sides or 3 sides of border residential, don't even think about it. Just like we do with other things, right? I mean, we say if you have this zone, these are the permitted uses. We say if you want to rezone this property, this is our master plan, this is what we want or expect in the future. So I think it's only fair and right for the residents in the neighborhoods and for these people that own these properties for us to say, okay, if you're touching 3 sides of your property and across the street is the Family Dollar, then no, this is not an appropriate location for you to even apply for one of these residential overlays or agricultural tourism overlays. That would give me a lot more comfort on the west side.
I have no issue with this one at all, but I do think going down to 1 acre is a lot less buffer, like 5 acres gives a significant buffer in a residential. So I do like the idea of if it's surrounded by residential, that it's not an option for 1 acre, but it is for the 5 acres.
Another thing that's built into the overlay zone is that it limits the size of the lot that can be used for that use that the overlay zone allows. It's only a third of the lot can be used for that overlay. So that kind of, it's not anything that really brings that down.
What, I'm sorry, I remember what brings it down?
So if it's a 1 acre lot, only a third of the lot can be used for that use that the overlay zone, like museum or the classes
Oh.
or something like that. So it doesn't mean the whole lot can be used that way. So it really limits it that way as well. So that's just another thing to consider.
And here's gonna
So
control.
I'll add that my husband is on the agricultural commission right now, and I think he's supposed to be running it while Sean's on sabbatical.
Angela Maverick is running it.
Angela's running it. Okay, he met with Angela and a couple other people. But in talking about this, they are wanting to support more urban farming types of things. And so the thought was that the 1 acre wouldn't be an issue because we're probably going to be looking at more small scale farms. And if you wanted to have an education component where classes can come in and learn and harvest, they would want to be able to allow that. I'm more negative on it than he was.
Any other questions for Dustin? This is on our agenda for tonight. If not, thank you, Dustin.
So here,
Yes,
could we move that a little further away? Because with no microphone, we can't hear him.
yeah, and I was going to say that too. The room is bigger, so more sound is getting absorbed. It's really hard to hear in here.
Yeah. Can we just move
So,
it?
so move the podium,
Yeah.
move it closer to us.
Closer? I think it's
Okay.
plugged in
Wow.
to something.
Cabled into the floor.
There's a couple plugs.
Cable below.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, that-
While they're doing that, we'll move to the next item. An ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 0.82 acres of real property generally located at 4122 North Canyon Road from RA zone to R1.10 zone in the North Timpview Neighborhood, presented by another of our planners, Jessica Shaw. Jessica, just go ahead and stand kind of right up in here, Shaw, while they're moving that.
Don't pay any attention to us.
Pay attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yes.
So this is a very simple rezone.
And let me pull it up for you.
Okay. It's just along Canyon Road. You can see the property. I don't know where to see. Okay. You can see the property is outlined here in red. It's just that portion right there, and they're rezoning from residential agricultural to R1. So you can see another proposed rezone. Directly adjacent to the property is R110. Below it is R1.8. And then behind it. So,
Speak directly into the code.
So this rezone is in line with our general plan and the Northeast Neighborhood Plan that was just passed, and we don't see it having any impact on the surrounding neighbors. Anyone have any questions?
Sorry, I was moving the podium. Did you talk about the neighborhood reaction?
I haven't received any negative feedback from anyone about this rezone. I haven't received any feedback.
I was in the neighborhood meeting and there was no negative feedback.
It didn't seem like it would be.
Yeah, no one cares.
Very minor. The applicant will be here tonight if you have any questions about. why
Doesn't
we're just
change
rezoning
anything.
that.
Yeah.
Someone died and they just have to cut the land down smaller.
Just settling out in a state, yeah.
Sounds so hard.
She was lovely, but she's ready.
This is also on our agenda for tonight. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Next, we have an ordinance amending Provo City Code Title 14 regarding group quarters in the professional office zone, presented by another of our planners, Hannah Saltz.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. This is the applicant's presentation. Can I get the staff presentation?
Oh, of course. Go.
All right, this, as far as the actual code goes, is fairly straightforward. It's proposing to add group quarters, which is an existing use in our city code. It's an existing land use code. It's just not currently applied anywhere, not because we have any issue with the housing or any concerns about it. It just hasn't been a popular development type in recent years. It would add it to a limited section of, trying to turn and point and talk, for properties with frontage on Center Street within the PO zone. Staff also added not in homes on the historic registry. We want to make sure we're preserving the character of the area. That's one of the staples of our downtown, defining inspiration pools for our culture. So group quarters are intended to be dormitory boarding style housing, a small home or private room. In this case, there would be kitchenettes, some have private bathrooms, and then some other food shared facilities. This could be a great strategy for reducing housing costs. This already, the PO zone is not in one of the zones that allows short-term rentals. So concerns about this becoming for transient housing, staying there for a few days or a few weeks, would not be legal within the zone. The applicants know that. They're very familiar with our development code. That concern simply doesn't play out. This also is technically not a reason. The safety zone, the other businesses won't be affected by any sort of change to the zone itself. This is also the only area of the city that could be applied. This is the only PO zone with frontage on Center Street. So it's a very narrow 3.5 block basis where it could be applied. Proposed project that would follow this zone addition to the permitted uses would come in at 256 East Center Street. It's this parcel here. On the last map, for context, is this long narrow building right here. This is Center Street here. And then University Avenue is that's cut off here on the other side of East Center. So here's the temple utilization. This is an adaptive reuse of the building, which is not something that we see as much as we would like. We're really encouraging this. It's a great way to pass down for development. Maybe talk to the developer and pass the savings on to the residents, hopefully within the rent. It used to be an assisted living facility with 34 residents plus staff. There are 20 rooms on site, so the applicants are proposing private rooms with 20 occupants. They also have 20 parking spaces, which is more than what staff would have expected for a project like this, as we were figuring out what we recommending is going to be exceeding that. It also would not be exclusive to students. It would be for male tenants only, so BYU students could live there since they're living in co-ed setups. The idea is to cater to our entrepreneur startup. We have a lot of entrepreneurs in Provo starting up great businesses, often paying themselves no salary. This project is done by the Taylors who also do the startup building. So they know this demographic really well. They've seen this need in their customers and are now stepping in to provide this housing need as well. We are a great incubator in Provo for businesses. We all know that. But we also all know that we have a little bit of difficulty between these businesses and they will really have. It's been a goal of the city for a long time to find ways to keep the businesses in Provo after growing. And I think helping these, we think as a staff, helping these entrepreneurs put down roots in our community is a great way to help them build more investment and build a more relationship with Provo beyond just their startup. It's also, as we said, good adaptive reuse. It promotes an affordable mix of housing. We went to the general plan and it's over a dozen of our general plan goals, this proposal. With small and scale development, rehabilitation of existing stock. We also have a specific goal for infill development in downtown, especially because it's a walkable area, but because people living closer to downtown use walking area. And this is part of that affordability through design that's the building itself is really affordable. And support more affordable housing. That does not mean that just because it is very affordable, it will be geared toward transient housing. This is geared toward a longer term tenant that has to, by code, have a lease of longer than a month. A year is what has been proposed, a pretty standard lease. This would function like a normal apartment, with the exception that the rooms are a little bit smaller and the spaces are a little bit more communal, more like a dormitory style, just dormitories for those who aren't freshman students, but who maybe have the same budget as a freshman student. Staff's proposal or perspective is that this is a good project. It's a good trial run of this project. If this project type is going to succeed anywhere in Provo, it's going to be in this area where it's near downtown, near campus, near transit, and with developers who have a good fabric, who are good placemakers, who understand the culture of the area and can build developments to suit that. We have heard some concerns from residents. Positives, they liked the good reuse. They liked the idea that it would decrease housing costs. We heard from several who were themselves entrepreneurs back in the day who said, I would love something like this, or my child is an entrepreneur and I would love for them to have cleaner housing like this. The concerns were that it would become for transient populations, it would be a homeless shelter, it would become like hotel accommodations for people experiencing homelessness that have been in that area before. The zone doesn't permit short-term rentals. Your staff has no concerns about that. It's not going to be the price rent point, the lease duration point. Nothing in this development is what we see eventually becoming transient housing. We feel those concerns are addressed. It's in a large area and you can't tell how it will play out. It's in about 3.5 block faces that are fairly well developed already. can't replace any historic homes. Most of the buildings there are successful businesses that aren't likely to turn over anytime soon. We feel like this is a fairly targeted approach. There was also a concern that it's a lot of density in the area. It is at 20 residents, less than the 34 plus staff coming and going. Hopefully that addresses the main threads of the concerns. Do you have any questions for me?
Would staff see this any differently if it wasn't attached to an incubator kind of concept idea? And they just said, we just want to rent 20 rooms.
If they could show us a proposal that met all of our concerns and was bringing this affordable food housing we need to this adaptive reuse in an ideal area, that checks all the boxes.
Can you go back to the map, Hannah? It shows, so in the orange shade, next to Bird Mortuary, there is the Harmon House. Is the Harmon House not also a group situation where I didn't know those units had individual bathrooms?
We can't
Does
speak to the
anyone know?
details of that property, I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's a residential apartment, so I think that's the right.
Okay. And then, Hannah, why 3.5 blocks and not 1 block to accommodate this project?
It could be narrowed further. This just seemed like the briefest way to do it, which is what we tried to do in code.
Okay.
But if you wanted to add more words and more parameters to say exclusively on the south side of Center Street between 200 and 300 North, that could work.
Now I could see the 2 blocks. Where's the 3rd block?
Oh, this is the half, so 1, 2, 3 and a half.
Oh,
looking
you're
at the
counting
basis.
both
I'm
sides.
counting basis.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to speak to the, I'd like to speak to developers. Or the,
Yeah, they're here. Anyone?
I saw them.
Could we come up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, my name is Tom Taylor, and this is my son Anders.
Oh.
The Anders is here because this has been a dream of his for about 5 or 6 years. He has called it an urban dorm for some time, but we've really been honing in on a very specific market, which we're quite well familiar with. But we'd really like to see this more of a model.
Andrew's gonna live in it?
No. But I'll visit. I'll come visit. Yeah.
Okay,
But-
I'm listening to some of the people that live around here. The main concern, right, is they don't want nefarious, they don't bring the neighborhood down, right? They're worried about, yeah. They, we don't want it's being used as a one-nighter or like, I don't, whatever, unfortunately, it's the brand. So I don't even know legally how you can or how you agree to that kind of stuff. And I'm wondering how long your contracts are gonna be for.
Yeah, we would just do 1-year contract. And so very similar to just
Yeah,
a
there's
normal kind of apartment type situation. So that's really how we'd kind of screen out those kind of short-term rentals as you do our contracts.
We have enough contacts in different areas that we think we can populate it quite quickly the first time. And Anders manages all the commercial buildings. And what he does is almost every new business that comes in as a referral. And it's really a very community oriented thing. We see the same sort of thing happening here. It's not, we are going to be looking for things that are normal, but we hope that we develop a feel and a community that is self-populating.
Okay.
We've also agreed with Tanner Williams, who owns the adjacent properties, that should we sell, he would have first right of refusal. He expressed a concern that, he's put a lot of money into that area and he wants to see it maintained, as do we.
How many units will not have bathrooms within them?
That's a good question. I don't know the exact number, I think. But do we have a floor plan that we could put up?
It's in the staff report. It's the final page of the staff.
There was one, I felt so small. I couldn't read it.
So
Thank you.
right
And
now.
instead of what it is now, it's not what you're gonna do. It was
Yeah,
all-
So right now, there are 2 rooms that have complete bathrooms. The showers are all, call it shared. We're going to improve and upgrade those. Right now, there are two large shared bathrooms. And all of the facilities are for people with severe handicaps, so that someone could go in with them. Would do more of a youth hostel style shower where there would be a dry portion and a wet portion, so it would be a very private.
It's
shower.
impossible, only two of them are gonna have bathrooms in them, is that what you're saying?
I think we'll probably start there and then add.
And the shared bathrooms are kind of an interesting thing, because it'll be actually individual toilet rooms, individual shower rooms, so kind of a changing room
But
and
they're
then a
leaving
shower.
their room, walking down a hall
Yeah,
and using a shared
So-
bathroom.
Yeah, right now, there are 9 toilets in the facility, so it's almost a 2-to-1 ratio.
Are there 20 rooms?
there's almost 20 rooms, yeah. I think there's 18 currently, but there's a few offices that could turn into rooms.
So are you gonna totally remodel this place before you start renting it, or are you doing a piecemealing, like?
We're going to do a big remodel, and then we'll probably continually upgrade it over time.
So what's the end goal of the bathrooms inside the rooms?
It's going to depend on demand. If it looks like it's acceptable, it is, we'd probably stay there. If people are not interested in sharing, we'd probably look at shifting.
Is there really a market for someone to live for a year without a bathroom in their place? Is that
Huge. So right now,
Years of college.
yeah, right now, most of the people that we're looking at are sharing an apartment with 5 other people, and they have 1 bathroom, and they're sharing it, and so we're targeting people who are already sharing bathrooms, and this will actually be a superior experience, we believe.
A better ratio of like toilets and showers to people, and more privacy with your own private room.
Are you gonna have more, or is there any plans to beautify the outside the building?
I hope so. We believe that this is the ugliest building on Center Street, and we would love to, we will be doing stuff to improve it. Breeze block that is blocked off on the backside and just sprayed all white is not attractive. And unfortunately, so the core of the building is a 1920s office building, which has some really cool features, but they're all buried inside. There's not really any redeeming features on the facade that I can see. And so we'll just look at sort of a rebirth there.
Windows? Do all these rooms windows?
Yeah.
You'd be having, like professional cleaning staff take care of the common areas in the bathrooms.
We'll have to.
And nothing.
That's gonna be a big upgrade.
You
for
can
the
say it, I
people.
can't.
Wait, what, you said they're gonna have, you have it cleaned?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the bathroom's cleaned.
Yeah. Second job knows they usually don't clean up.
I think they're, my husband last week.
20 teenagers and no janitor. It's not a winning proposal.
I don't have a problem with this because I lived in a dormitory for 2 years of college, and then I lived into an apartment that I shared with several other girls. One of them, I had my own bathroom when we had 2 in one room, and they would have a bathroom, and then I had my own individual room, and we all shared, all 4 of us shared a bathroom. I don't have a problem with this in my early 20s, that's what I lived. But what I am concerned about is more of the perception of the public. So I was gonna ask Rachel, is this more a misunderstanding that we're getting resident feedback for, or is there some underlying thing that I'm not seeing?
Yeah, so the resident feedback for the neighbors has been mixed. Knowing that there are enough bathrooms, I think helped a lot of the concern. Because they were worried that there was just like one communal bathroom for all 20 rooms, and everybody was like, absolutely not. And the worry really was that it would turn into,
Farmhouse.
yes, yes.
About that, Rachel, like, will there be rules, can you have overnight guests? How is that gonna be managed?
Yeah, no overnight guests, and that'll be part of the contract.
We'll be really leaning into just standard apartment rules. I mean, this is not new.
What about parties, or like drinking? I don't know, like, how do you, like, are there, I don't know how specific these things get, like, I don't know.
We want no dehydration, so there will be a lot of drinking. Yeah. We will have several communal rooms where we're going to encourage activities, but not one. Similar to other apartments, I mean, we'll have standard rules that
Yeah.
sort of keep a lid on
A
it.
shared rec space where you'll have couches, kind of a place to gather with friends, but yeah, we wouldn't want it to become like a college party house.
Someone takes over a house.
Yeah, that's not our goal.
Now, I know one resident was really concerned about not enough, no parking for guests.
We spoke to, after the planning commission, we spoke to all the people who came representing those. And I think they all went away happy. After understanding what the vision was, I think one of the scariest things about this proposal is the term quarters. I don't know what that does to you without any other knowledge, but it just sounds scary to me. And that's the best label for what it is we're doing. But it certainly isn't good marketing. It's sort of like cold dead fish instead of sushi.
Well, I know you're very aware of parking, Tom.
Oh, yeah.
So the idea that the guests will just park on the street, is the street pretty open? Are you allowed to park on that street?
It is allowable. It is very open. We anticipate there being fewer cars than there are residents. It's a 2.5 block walk to the UVX, which is 5 minutes to campus.
So it might cater to people who don't have vehicles.
Right. And so we're seeing a lot of people who are currently working in the Bright building, the startup building. Again, UVX runs that way. It's less than 5 minutes.
Okay, so that's interesting. In regard to that, what if you do rent it all out and you have 16 people with cars, 4 without? Will you mark some spots visitor then so that people know, or?
Probably a good idea, yeah.
It's a
maybe-
good question.
Yeah.
We haven't really chatted about that.
Yeah,
But that would
it's
be a
probably a good
logical thing.
idea to have a couple of visitor spots. or
Yeah.
something.
Like, once you know what you've rented out, right?
Yeah.
So it could be something that fluctuates.
Any other questions for the Taylors or for Hannah?
Gary, one question
Justin.
real quick for Hannah. Do you know if this would qualify as a strategy under our moderate income housing plan that we're required to submit to the state?
Yes, as we're exploring new innovative types of housing, there's also one looking at parking reductions for areas that are near transit with a less than 1-to-1 parking housing ratio. That's also a specific. So it checks a few,
That's always a positive.
at least 2, possibly 3 that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Taylors. Thank you,
Yeah.
Hannah. This will be on our agenda tonight also. Thank you. And we welcome Mayor Kafusi also to our meeting. Next, we have a discussion regarding the future land use maps for the station area plans, also presented by Hannah Saltz.
This is related because this project is actually in one of our station areas. But we're looking a little bit more citywide, zooming out at this point. The state is requiring these station area plans. This is an area the city highly values. We understand the value of these transit areas as connectivity points, as access to opportunity points, as housing density points. This is really the nexus of a lot of our strategies coming into play on top of each other in a narrow area around transit. The state agrees, and they are the ones prompting this plan, even though we agreed with the general need for them. The state is requiring these station area plans for any certain type of UVX station. You'll know that not all of our UVX stations are marked. Certain types of UVX stations as well as from. These ones marked on the map with the circles are ones that have the new requirements. Because of overlap, we're grouping these 7 stations into 4 plans. Some overlap that they don't need. This plan, because it is required by the state, is a little bit different. By a little, I mean very different from the Provo internal plans that we tend to do. You're all pretty familiar with those. You've at least done the Northeast. Those are strategic, non-binding, not required to be implemented, suggestion, visioning documents. This one from the state is required to be implemented and will be followed up on, similar to our moderate income housing plans. The biggest part of the implementation is that we have to adopt future land use maps for each of these station areas by general land use type, not necessarily zones. We're looking at, housing, commercial, that sort of thing. When we get these plans certified by the state at the end of the year, which is our deadline for state code, we have to have zoning on the ground that matches what is in those future land use maps. So this means we have to go through some interesting procedural steps. Oh, it's a little sensitive. All right, we are toward the end. We have done years of stakeholder input, talking with residents. We ran a survey with some gift cards, which was very popular with a gift card giveaway. They got over 600 responses. 85% of those were residents. Others were visitor input, which is these are often where visitors first get off and first start experiencing our community. As we're coming though to bringing the more complete, we're entering that weird sidestep I was making with state plans. Normally we finish a plan, we bring it to planning commission, we bring it to you, we're done. This one, we bring it to planning commission and you for your approval as to form is the term, which is saying this is not our final stamp of approval, but we agree with what's in this text and we agree not to change it when we do our final approval. Once you've approved the document as to form, it goes to review by Mountain Land Association of Governments and UTA. They will make any suggestions they have for our changes to staff. We have a public hearing already scheduled for September 17th, ready to go. We're ready to make that deadline. We will bring any of their suggested changes back to you. We'll incorporate them in the documents. Once that's been done, you will give your final approval. It can be changed. You cannot add any changes to the future land use maps or the zoning will then have to do after your approval as to form. You can only work with the changes as submitted by UTA and MAG, because if you make more changes, we have to bring it back to UTA and MAG, which just continues the process on. Once you give your final adoption, we're hoping to bring the final document to you in October for adoption after the UTA hearing in September. Then we will work hard through November and December to get this rezoned by the end. We can make our finals. Any questions on the process so far? Yeah.
So we're doing this as a state mandate.
Yes.
Number two. I did not realize that we had to rezone everything. I thought we put it as something what we hope to see, what we ideally like would see. But that people would have to come to us individually to get that rezone. So we'd have more control over homeowner occupancy and other things that are priorities. Now, does the state require us to actually rezone it?
Yes, to pre-zone. So by the end of the year, the zoning has to be on the ground.
And they're calling it a pre-zone,
That's just the general industry
Okay.
term, zoning.
but any use of the property at that time doesn't have to leave.
No, they're grandfathered in, understand.
Until- Yeah.
They'd just be a
So can we say with this that 50% of whatever goes into these zones has to be homeowner occupied?
we will absolutely be making that a priority. But in the plan, whatever numbers you want to attach to that as our goals, as our policies, yeah, you can put them.
So that way it's guaranteed that whatever comes up has to have that percentage of homeowner occupied.
The state is requiring the zoning, whatever restrictions you want to add on top of it. This is not just Provo having to do this all, by the way. This is cities up and down the Wasatch.
And are we being told that a certain percentage needs to be rezoned? Like, what are the parameters on how much we have to rezone?
There's no parameters on how much we have to rezone. We just have to make sure that the future land use map meets our goals from the state. And in some areas, we're already really close to that. And we don't think there's gonna be much of a rezone necessary.
So
And
are
in
we
other
taking,
areas, it's a little bit.
so have you taken a more minimal approach to this?
Absolutely, yes. We've looked at best land use practices. We've looked at how other zone or station areas are developing to try to mimic successful development patterns. And then as we're going through looking for the zones that meet the future land use broad categories, we are going with the most minimally invasive, minimally intensive zone. In the packets that you've got are, with my slides, I'm focusing on the future land use map because if we can get that right, the zoning will follow. But in your packets are the list of zones we're considering regional future land uses and what areas might need to be rezoned and to what. So you can see that in packet.
I figure a lot of what we're gonna be rezoning is RC zones, right?
A large number. Yeah, there are some areas of the city though where we just kind of drew a line in the sand. For example, on the 200 East going into Joaquin, we've worked out with the residents that everything east of 200 east and south of 500 west is going to stay single.
Yeah.
So we already let the state know this is a line for us. We'll put density in, we'll put it in other places. But we'll be respecting these lines and they've said that's all right. It's great.
So do we as a council have a number that we need to put in for homeowner occupancy?
You will have more time to debate that. Our date to submit for that September hearing to MAG and UTA is August 4th. So we're just bringing you the future land use maps for now, so you can make sure that we're on the right track with what the land use is gonna look like. From there, we'll be finishing out drafting the plans. You'll get the final plans for that form in June and July.
And presumably that number would be different for different. It would be. It doesn't seem like there'd be any reason to put. On Upper Joaquin neighborhood right next to.
Yeah, that's all student housing.
You know, other areas we might wanna.
Yeah, these are
So
gonna
we
be
have to do
four
it.
separate plans. You will get four entirely separate plan documents. So you can tailor them as you want for each station.
Hannah, are you getting any negative feedback in the commercial areas like on the Parkway? Where a Larry H. Miller auto dealership might say it restricts how I can use my property. And so rather than expand here, if we rezone at medium density, does it restrict them at all?
Yeah, that came up a lot in our technical advisory committee, which included UDOT, UTA, city staff that were involved, BYU, other business owners. And we want to make sure we're respecting our commercial partners and our anchor businesses in certain areas. So in those cases, we're probably just going to leave that as a general commercial use in our future land use map. That won't need to be rezoned
Okay,
in that specific case, but it's also involved in other cases where we're getting other businesses.
okay.
So the anchor very. For instance, in some of our downtown areas, our downtown zoning already allows us to do everything we want to do. There's very minimal change there.
Side question. So let's just say one of those, let's just say the Ford dealership decides to move someplace else. Does this restrict us from making that housing, or does it absolutely have to be commercial use?
You can go in and change the map. So we have to have the rezones done by the end of the year, but there's nothing saying that if a good applicant comes in with a good project that's different from our zoning, we couldn't go through the same rezoning. As the state follows up with our goals and asks what we're going to do, to report that. But if it's still furthering the general spirit and goals in a way that we didn't foresee, the state's all right. All right. I know that we don't have a lot of time and it would take hours to go through this all together. So what I've done with TMAC and with Planning Commission is that we've given the commissioners, committee members, now counselors, a brief overview and kind of orientation to the map and what we're thinking and what feedback we've gotten. And then you can take that back on your own time, sit with it, process it, talk about it, and then email them your suggestions. We'll aggregate those suggestions and send a list back out because as a policy, we don't make changes to the plans when the majority agrees on it. So we're not chasing down rabbit hole. But we'll get the list of suggestions. You can just put a little X or something next to it. If we get one with support channels that make that change, bring it to you in the next version. Does that sound all right? Okay. So feel free to ask questions. Don't necessarily need to get into feedback unless you've got something immediate you want to bring up with the group, but I'll try to go fast. I know we're getting this time.
I do kind of have a problem with that because I think that we need to come together and decide these certain things, how much homeowner occupancy we want, and then sending that feedback in the staff and you guys monitoring if there are 4 council members for this or not.
In
There's
something
certain things that I really would like to see it come back to us.
Yeah,
We can make some decisions because we are the policymakers, right?
the maps that we're looking at that I'm seeking feedback for in the next week, we'll set a deadline for when feedback is reasonable for you, are just for the future land use colors. Are the land use types right for this area, for each area? As we're getting into details of homeowner occupancy, anything like that, we can spend more time on that in the actual text documents, the plans, and those policies will be made. Those policies won't be made in this map, so it will absolutely get. Any other questions before I dive into our guiding principles? Okay, these are in-state code is 5 things that cities have to have with all of the plans, any city doing these. The biggest one I highlighted is the future land use maps. So that's where we're spending a lot of our time because that is kind of the heart of these plans as a land use element. And then the statement promoting the 4 shared objectives. The shared objectives verbatim from the state are here on the left. They're shared among all cities that have to do these plans. But we are allowed to interpret them as we want for our meeting. We just have to be very clear about how we're doing that. So these are our interpretations. For availability and affordability of housing, we're focusing on strategic redevelopment and infill, especially close to the stations within emphasis on forceful units within investment. These areas are all built up already. There are no big open areas right for a new project. It's all redeveloped. For sustainable environmental conditions, we're focusing on reducing dependence on single occupancy vehicles by supporting alternate transportation networks. This is not reducing single use or not eliminating single use vehicles. This is just fitting with creating different alternative ways for people to get around. If they don't want to use a car, they don't have to. There will be other viable ways. Increased.
So are we gonna run into any issues like the startup apartment building where they did like a half of a parking space per unit or something, and they came in 2 vehicles per unit? And we'll have it. Is everybody, I can't say everybody, most people will have a car whether they use it or not.
We've been pushing back on that as not just Provo, but we, like I said, meet quarterly with all the cities in Utah County. These plans, and that's kind of concerns. The state is really encouraging reducing parking minimums, but we, as we've experimented with that, found that it's really difficult. And they might live next to a station, but everywhere they're going is a station. They still bring a car in if they only drive it. And then they're going back home to Idaho for Thanksgiving. They still bring the car. So we are in ongoing talks. There is no requirement in the plan for a lease. And we're not. I don't know if we're gonna get pushback on that. So far, the state has been understanding that it's difficult and early experience haven't necessarily. So yes, we tapped into exactly what every other city has said. Right, we're increasing transportation choices and connection. These are just solidifying networks so they function independently together and address connectivity challenges. This is all of the data of the transportation goals. And enhance access to opportunities, a range of uses and services closer to these stations and how we make it more connected. Every station doesn't have to have a grocery store. It can be spread out along the network holistically. We want to make sure that we're making those options available near these networks so people can get there without a car. For the map, the station is in the middle. This red circle is the radius, the outer circumference for the area we have to plan for the station area. For UBX stations, it's a 1/4 mile. For Frontrunner, it's a 1/2 mile. You will see some maps where we do have the land uses, but they're not circled. This overlaps with another station area plan. It's there for context, but don't worry about it. Just focus on what's in the red circle. Land uses are all down here with some notes on historic districts with making sure we work off. Public feedback, we're just going to start north or south, just for most of the time. It also happens to go simplest to make complicated. It's a good way to dive in. Our public feedback came initially from the massive survey. We also had an interactive map where people could mark on the map and comment on each other's marks and really get creative with it. And that was really helpful. So we took that input, created some different scenarios, found what was going to be most useful, took those to our technical advisory committee, businesses, transit and other state organizations. They weighted it further, refined it, we staff, departments, refining more, and we took it to a public open house a while ago, and then to planning commission. So what you're seeing now has been through all of those filters. At the public open house, I was really pleased by the lack of changes people suggested. People generally seem to be on board. They're mostly marking up places that they liked. So this is a problem area or pain point for them now, and what's on the map fixes it, or they wanted to see the map brought in some slight way to continue fixing these problems. They liked it. This is 2031. Here's Walmart, River's Edge, the dealership, that business area, Frontrunner area, Provo River Trail runs along here in this green belt. People liked the increased density along here. It is mostly duplexes anyway, so have some scale of Walmart. Bringing some sort of path down this part of the road that's already a user trail people use to get to this area, making it a little bit safer. People disliked the car dealership here. It's a business we want to keep this. We're continuing it to be commercial. If they would like to move on.
Can I just say something about the dealerships?
Yes.
They are a huge tax base for citizens. And honestly, I know that they don't love where they're placed. They wish they were forward facing on the freeway because that's basically where they belong. But that car dealership really helps with our tax base.
We want to keep them there, and we want to make sure we're treating them respectfully as we're talking about the future land use of this area. It seems like people's biggest concern with car dealership is just that it's unpleasant to walk along.
Sure.
But we can do things to make that more pedestrian friendly. That's not the fault of the dealership, that's a flaw in design. They wanted more access to the station. Some BYU students came and presented on this a few years ago. This was one of their student projects. We timed ourselves walking from the base of this station. It took around, which is hard, and a lot of that was full of light. So they just want this to be generally more accessible, more friendly. Everything is high speed. Everything takes forever to get anywhere. It feels like they're just from a pedestrian point of view. That was the main feedback we got on here. They didn't have concerns about that. In Joaquin, this area is BYU. We're not going to change it there. We can't. This is difficult to see, but it is a green striped overlay along here. And as properties along these blocks redevelop, we encourage a green corridor through to route pedestrians and cyclists onto this green belt corridor between buildings and off the roads. These are neighborhoods have some pretty high rate of pedestrian cyclists and conditions. So the more we can get them off road, we're on safer alternate routes. And people really liked that. They loved it and wanted to see it brought up on every block. We said, how about every other? So we're running that past team after the transportation. But they liked it, but mostly it was more. We want more wide walkways, we want more, we want more commercial mixed use. They like the trends, they just want to see it. For Center Street stations, the University Avenue stations, in your packet, you will see them referred to on some pages as Center Street, some pages as University. Initially, our consultants referred to these as Center Street stations. We changed University Avenue. I should also note we have been working with some of this CG through grant funds from the state through MAC. They like the Greenway idea of entertainment district. They liked the smaller top part, like for control, easier. They liked the lane have been put in, like 200 and well, from the pedestrian connectivity. That's already in our transportation. This one had more feedback in the biggest area.
I'm sorry. Go back to the previous slide. It was just reading through the bullets.
Yeah, of course.
So Center Street had become one lane each way.
That has been in our plan since at least 2015 with our downtown master plan. So we're just building on what already that we approved down.
And in regards to that, then, are you going to do 100 or 200 as a
The alternate proposed
commuter? 100 as a commuter right the freeway?
And is that in the plan as well?
That's not mentioned in this plan because it's thoroughly addressed in the downtown master plan, so we defer. Yeah.
Thank you.
As you are going through these in your own, feel free to reach out to me. I've been taking point on this for the last couple of years. I've often been working with Aaron and Mary. For front runner, the general idea is to orient you a little bit more. It's a little bit less intuitive and most of what you see here. I think it fits what you would expect from the organization in this area, just continuing development trends. But in this area, here's the parking lot of the front runner station. UTA owns that and has said that as Provo is no longer the southern collector station, and we need down to Spanish Fork and Payson, we will likely free up some parking. We are going to see increased riderships that might increase demand on parking, but they don't want it to be there. They'd rather do a parking structure nearby and develop this as commercial mixed use, which means some sort of shop on the bottom and offices on top. Those shops on the bottom also give people at the station access to amenities, restroom, drink, restaurants, something like that, which was the most common concern for the public people. We'll keep the commercial where it is. The pedestrian bridge goes right over here for context, so it would continue this pedestrian way. This light purple is an entertainment sort of geared district. It doesn't mean that entertainment exclusively has to go in there, it's zone commercial, but we would encourage entertainment that use. That's something we heard in the downtown plans, in every other plan, that people want movie theaters, bowling lanes, things like that in the walkable downtown shopping areas. They can go see a movie and get dinner. This seemed like a good area for it, with proximity to the highway, University Avenue, Center Street right here, but also walkability so you can get off the station. It's not, again, like a hard set in stone. We don't have an entertainment zone. It would just be commercial encouraged. With bringing active transit down from that area along 100 and moving to Freedom with densification. This looks like gray rooftops, is gray rooftops, but is also a gray overlay on gray rooftops. So it's a little hard to tell. This is just our industrial color, keeping that area at its industrial use as it is. It's a good commercial center for an industrial use. And suggestions were pretty minimal: access to food and water, better bike connections to Springville, some bike turning and connectivity that we are addressing more in the transportation elements, but that are they're just not reflected on the land use map or in our transportation route map.
We are working with Springville on that.
We are, and UDOT. It's in the works. I'm very excited. As a resident of Springville. I have probably exceeded my time, council staff. I apologize, but do you have any questions for me?
Maybe just out of curiosity, is Orem doing any of their 4 stations? Does this apply to them, or are they
Yeah, it
all
does.
in commercial?
Yep, Orem American. Casey's starting to basically work on there because they don't have the station yet, but they will, so they'll have to plan soon.
Thinking with RDA stuff. When you're looking at all this, we talked about, what was it, the Hertz zone? It goes along all of these different stops. Is there any that would be productive for us to stick into one of those Hertz zones now?
We'll be exploring that when we get to the point of assigning zones for the rezones. It may be one where we're making future land use maps fully developed, fully fleshed out, and then apply the zone that best fits the future land use map. Like I said before, if we can get what we want on the ground set in these maps, the zone will follow. So we see this as the real vision.
I think it would be helpful, especially when we're looking in the Hertz zone for the mall. But then so if we had some recommendations of what you guys thought, and then we could have we thought. Sometimes we don't.
Well, it's not quite a zone,
It's a, well, we have to be like so many
Yeah.
acres within a.
Becky, so HTRZs they're called zones, but they're really, you have to apply for the overlay
Realize that.
from the state. So we can't like just make them or put them somewhere. We can say we would like that, but we'd have to work in partnership with the developer, UTA, the state, and then the state governor's GOEO office would then grant us
Didn't that guy say that we could and it would be to our best interest?
as part of an already existent application with the developer. We can't just, I mean, we can say whatever we
We
want.
can
but-
apply for more than they were going to apply.
Yes, but it would have to be part of their application.
But it'd also be helpful if we had some recommended ones that if we had somebody come forward, that we would already know, hey, this is what the people that are actually looking at this would recommend, would go with these applications, right?
right, but since that's a kind of a funding mechanism, would that be outside of the scope of this plan?
It's something that is best applied for in tandem with the developer. So we're already planning on encouraging them in text to have a note. We encourage HTRZ where appropriate. Here are the steps. Here's how we're going to do that in the plan. But it's not something that we as a city typically would go in and pre-zone for, like we're having. We'll make sure the zoning on the ground would facilitate the sorts of developments we want to see there. And then as they come in and HTRZs are appropriate, we'll encourage them to work with us to get that. But that's kind of a second later redevelopment step rather than a pre-zoning step.
So I have a quick question. Looking down at the mall property where just the northernmost edge is within inside the circle, but much more of that is going to be redeveloped.
Yeah.
So could the larger area that extends out from it be benefit from this plan?
It could. We have been trying to stay pretty strictly within the radii set by the plan. We don't want to overstep. We know that these, for example, like this block zone cuts off, we would be rezoning the block. We're not going to divide the block in half.
Okay.
It just looked like really messy map and gave some odd context. But we have looked at it in context. It does work with this context, the density in the center and tapering zone for best land. So yes, it would go further, and we would expect any project to identify the area, whether it's in the station area or not. We're just going to include the station. We also did have a specific focus group with the mall owners and the property managers for the mall. So we made sure that we talked to them and included their plans in this plan to give them some guidance and justification in our government documents for the kind of developments the state said that was there.
Yeah, I think one thing I like the best about it, and it was one of those slides that talked about the densities, that's 1 or 2 stories or 3 or 4 stories. Is that coming up? But so that you can see as you're getting towards the station, it's getting taller and more dense so that you have this nice transition back to these single family neighborhoods.
We want to make sure we're preserving the integrity of those single family neighborhoods. That for the council is a specific goal in the general plan. So we follow. It's also general land use best practices to have these peaks and valleys. There are some notes. I don't know if you can see it up here on the screen very well, but again, it's in the packet. It's very clearly the role of these. For residential, we went single family, 1 to 2 stories, 2 to 3 stories, 4 to 5 stories, 5-ish stories. We've also noted in the last couple page of your packets what zone we think would roughly translate to this. It's roughly single family BLDR, LDR carriage.
Well, this is great work, Hannah. Are there any other questions for Hannah at this time? We know you've put a lot of time and work into this and have provided a lot of materials. Remind us, by when do you need to hear from us? What are your deadlines?
Yeah, December 31st is the state deadline. We would love your feedback in the next week and a half or so that we can make sure we're incorporating it into the versions of the plans that you will review for adoption as or approval as to form. Would the end of the weekend be too soon, or do you need an additional week? Should we go to next weekend?
Next.
That's fair. That's kind of what I assumed.
And the other question is if you need to have assurance that at least 4 counselors are supporting this changes. We set this in leadership to be relatively short so that we'd be able to introduce it so that we could all mull on it, but we could bring it back for another meeting if there are things that like we want to hash out together. So that puts us at 2 weeks, Hannah, I'm sorry, but.
No, that would be fine, but we would need that feedback so we can get the council staff turnaround and make our
Yeah.
packet deadlines. by
Yeah, we
next
may not be able
Monday.
to give you those things in 2 days,
No,
which is what it
that's-
would be.
Which is roughly.
I mean, I think the tricky thing is logistically, if each one of us send you comments, I mean, I don't see what everyone else is saying, and
That's
so I
what we
don't,
proposed.
I
We'll
may
have
actually agree with something someone else caught that I didn't think about. So,
all of it.
That's what we proposed with planning commission as well, and I apologize if I got glossed over earlier. We as staff will take a list of everything you said and we'll send it out to the whole council. So you can know which
Oh, I
ones you agree with, and anything that gets 4 or more supporting marks will include.
So would it make sense for us to email you comments in the next 2 weeks and then in a month or so have another work meeting where we're able to have our in-person fights over it?
We're getting a little close to some of our deadlines, so we would need to make sure that we stay in that timeline and getting some questions. We are proposed, if we're just discussing changes that you bring to us or email in the meeting, we won't have many material prep notes as I'm kind of thinking through this. So I think we could come back in 2 weeks for more in-person discussion because feedback would be in person and not in advance so much. So you wouldn't have to worry about publishing in advance feedback or lists of updates or anything like that. We can do it in person. If that's appropriate for council staff.
Let's plan to do that.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, provide feedback within the next week and a half and then take up another half hour in 2 weeks.
I apologize for giving you homework, but it will help the next discussion go smoothly if everyone's reviewed and ready to go.
Yeah.
We want to make sure you had as much time to sit with the materials and read process.
And we thought it might be helpful if you talked us through it instead of us only reading it so that we are a little bit more informed
You
before
requested
talking to
60
you.
minutes and got 30. I understand you're busy. That was our plan. I'm already over time. So do you want me to give a very like 1 minute overview of each area?
2 minutes. You can-
2 minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
minute and a
Total.
half, and you got
Total.
one canoe.
Total.
Yeah, 2 minutes total.
30 seconds
Because
each
we're
area.
already 10 minutes behind.
Yes, I want to make sure that. I apologize. It's not skipping to the next slide.
I did. Go ahead.
All right, 2230 North, we've already been through. Red hatch is commercial mixed use, so commercial on the bottom, residential on top, commercial with full mixed use. Getting into some industrial mixed uses as we've got here, or business mixed use, I apologize. The red is commercial. The yellow shade, the darker they are getting into brown, the deeper density they are, white is single family. So this is getting into around 3-ish stories going south. We've got another entertainment area over here. This would be ideal for where the hotel is over here, as we're getting redevelopment in this area for a hotel to come in with frontage would be great. Seeing continued residential use along here with the Provo Road Trail, obviously no one's touching that. Campus is what it is. It has some good green space. Already the walking plan calls for mixed use on this area with increased density decreasing south with a hard cutoff at 500 where we go into duplexes and single families, which is what we see on the ground there already. Minus the apartment building that's already right here. But we will make sure that we're respecting the zone of the walking neighborhood plan with the vertical north-south gradient and this green space here. These blue are facilities. These are BYU areas that we aren't going to be able to rezone and don't want to. For Center Street and University Avenue stations, here's the library and Center Street for context. This mixed use is downtown zone anyway, and we're starting to see increased mixed use coming in this area. But as we're getting more residential uses here and here, seeing increased density, it makes sense for more mixed use to add density along here as well and kind of integrate the commercial and residential demand that we're seeing here. This blue is, again, civic, county, city buildings, getting into some 4, 3, 2, 1 story kind of density sloping off really abruptly at 200 East. Partner I've already talked a little bit about, but getting, this is I think the 3 to 4 story, 3-4 story getting less dense. This you will see is single family neighborhood. This is some of our last pockets of small, single family affordable starter homes in the city. And we want to make sure we're respecting and preserving that. So we're keeping it single family. This is the node along 300 South and 500 West that would be ideal for some mixed use as that area is densifying, put in some usable businesses for residents. The northern part wouldn't change much. We'd be adding some mixed use along the tracks with slightly denser housing. I think this might have died in this northeast area, and that fits with what's in the Mazer plan now and has already been agreed to. And then I've already covered the southern area. Just really quick.
How does that fit into the Franklin neighborhood plan?
Oh, sorry, Franklin, I missed Mazer's firm.
Okay, so this does fit into the Franklin neighborhood plan.
Franklin had said that they wanted to keep single family toward the core, that they were okay with density coming in a little bit more closer to Center Street, which is where we're putting it. And they said they wanted mixed use along this area along 600 that already has some businesses like the gas station.
What would really help me, and I don't know if this is easily doable, is if on all these plans, you're gonna change the zoning, that I could see next, like what was single family and then how that's changed.
Like changed over time or like changing
We want to change the zoning, so
it's in your packet. Good news. We have the current land use map, the future land use map and areas that we would propose to rezone and what we rezone them to in your packet.
I went through that. It didn't seem very.
They weren't next to each other. You had to scroll.
Yeah.
Sorry, there was the future land use map in the middle kind of.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to compare.
Those out.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have those before we leave. Is that too
As
much?
you're going through the materials, if there's something that you want specifically to see or to change, let me know as soon as I can and I'll work with the rest of the planning team to get those materials for the next meeting.
I want to know whatever single family or RC and then what we're gonna change it to.
Well, and the RCs in Mazer and Joaquin are tricky because a lot of
They could be anything.
it's anything, because we've got lots of apartments and
Yeah.
duplexes and single family homes all there.
Yeah.
So you can't assume that they're all single families.
And areas where it is single family, that is already RC, we'll leave that
Joaquin and
RC
Mazer
compatible
were
with that
RC.
single family use.
You're not changing any RC?
We're not gonna, if it's an RC that should continue to stay single family per the future land use map, we'll leave it as RC. That is the least invasive zone for that area. It's what's already. We're trying to minimize the amount of zone changes we have to do.
So you have genuinely minimized.
We really have worked hard to reduce the amount that we have to rezone. Yeah. And still meet
How
the
many
state laws.
lots are we rezoning?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't have a rough count. It's in the map. We can get a count of blocks if you like.
Yeah, I'd like a count on that.
Yeah, and a lot of these, it would be rezoning to what the future land use map shows already, right?
Yeah, this is where we get the
Wait,
future
how
land
many
use.
is exactly like the future land use map of Joaquin or Franklin versus a totally new thing? You know, is it 70%, 30? I don't know. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Anything in an existing neighborhood plan, we made sure fit the current neighborhood.
Which that's,
So that would be a 100%. Venn diagram is a circle.
I love that you did that because that was one of my big concerns was more residents on your tax.
They weren't with the tax specifically because we were just asking different kinds of questions. But we made sure that everyone's in contact with the survey, which was the foundation for these maps, and then we took it back to the open house specifically pushed those.
So like feedback is different than having someone actually committee actually saying, okay, density here, density there. But if you're respecting the future land use maps that those residents helped create with planning, it's a different story.
We also had 2 counselors on our attack who were representing their areas. One citywide and two. If you have questions about discussions or why things are the way they are, you're welcome to ask me or you're welcome to.
Am I on a counselor who lives in one of these circles?
Technically, yes. We also wanted to make sure we had one citywide to represent the students. And none of the citywides. Not intentionally, just how it works out.
Just,
No, you were talking.
yeah, well, I mean, I am, and I'm actually in 2 of the circles.
Is your house staying packed?
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Hannah. We
Yeah.
appreciate your presentation.
Thanks for your.
Thanks to Justin for getting us a hard copy so we can do some side by side. And then also, Kevin, if you could have him send us an email, just a group copy to Hannah, so we can start in a group setting, provide feedback in preparation for the discussion in 2 weeks. All right. Thanks again, Hannah. Well done.
Thank you.
Next, we have a discussion regarding proposed time-limited off-leash hours for dogs in city parks. This will be presented by Councilors Hanley, Christensen, and staff. I don't know who's first.
Do you need a break before you present?
If you need a break, go ahead and take a break. We're 15 minutes, 20 minutes behind schedule. Okay,
Suggestion.
yes.
So the item after me has a time certain at 2 o'clock, so we could take a break now and then just jump to the next item and then come back to me.
Okay,
If that would, since that would be better for
okay, sure.
them.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay, we'll break for 5 minutes, then come back for the next discussion.
You're gonna have somebody change your diaper.
Malia? It is.
Recording stopped.
16 West Parkway. Not all, there was
Recording in progress.
Again, our council work session. Our next item in reordering the agenda a little bit is a presentation regarding fiscal year 2026 budget. And we'll turn the time over to John Morgan for this. We invite all of our presenters. We're in a larger room. It's kind of hard to hear. We're inviting people to speak loudly.
Okay, well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm John Morgan, the Director of Administrative Services. And I'm going to kind of introduce our team and thought it would be a great opportunity for you to hear from each of the division directors in administrative services. We're going to start off. We're going to have Judge Steve Schreiner here. He's joined us. I will let you know that once he's completed sharing his thoughts, he's welcome. He's got a very busy schedule over at the court, and we appreciate the accommodation schedule. And then Anna Newton, our administrator, and the Justice Court will also share. Cover some of the areas of the Justice Court. And then we'll be followed by Dan Follett, cover finance, and then Heidi Allman, talk about the recorder area, and then Travis Savage will go over facilities, and then Josh Earrig will go over this. So with that, we will turn the time over to Judge Steve Schreiner.
Well, thank you, everyone. As member of the council, Mayor Kapusi, former BYU basketball player. I feel the need to say go Cougs. You're been a great year so far. It was a good weekend. It'll be a good March. We shall see. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address you here today. I promise to be brief. It's been about a year since I was sworn in as the judge of the Provo Justice Court. Great year. While I miss my colleagues, while I miss my colleagues in the Provo City Attorney's Office, having worked there for 27 years, I relish and have enjoyed much getting to know my new colleagues over at the court. Tell you that they are dedicated employees, working hard for the citizens of Provo. They do an excellent job. Now, as you may or may not be aware, every 4 years, justice courts in Utah are required to go through a recertification process. And most recently, our court did so in 2023, prior to my appointment as the judge. And as part of that certification process, I want to quote here, individual justice court judges must meet with the governing body of the entity which created the court at least once a year to review the budget of the court, review compliance with requirements and operational standards of the court, and discuss other items of common concern. So that's why I'm here today. We just figured it was a good opportunity to do it at budget time and to do it in conjunction with Rhiannon, our court executive. So I'll leave the budget stuff to Rhiannon. I know she's really excited about addressing you today. But I want to assure you that the Provo City Justice Court meets or exceeds the operational standards set by the statute and the Judicial Council of the state of Utah. Provo Justice Court is one of the larger single judge courts throughout the state. We handled nearly 10,000 cases last year. Of those, 2,000 misdemeanor cases, a little over 2,000 small claims, and about 5,600 traffic cases. So it's a busy court. I think it's, for the most part, a well-oiled machine, thanks to Rhiannon and those that worked so hard prior to my even getting. I don't have any pressing concerns I feel like I need to address with you today. If you have any concerns, if you have any questions as it relates to the operation of the Justice Court, I would wholeheartedly invite you to come and visit. Feel free to give Rhiannon a call anytime and set up an appointment. You don't need an appointment, you just show up if you'd like. I can't guarantee I'll be able to talk to you, but you are more than welcome and invited to come over anytime as well. I want to thank the council in particular. I want to thank Mayor Kapusi in particular for making my appointment. But I want to thank you all for your support of the court. It couldn't happen without you. And I want to thank you for your dedicated service to the citizens of Provo City. Doesn't go unnoticed. Work you do is wonderful. Just want to thank you and turn the time over to Rihanna unless there are any questions.
Thanks, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hold the presentation.
Yeah, good introduction, so I'll skip that part of mine. My name is Rhiannon. I've been with the court since we opened in 2007. Prior to that, I was with the State District Court for 6 years. Along with the judge and myself, we have a staff of 8 full-time clerks. And we are located, if you're not aware, we're in the East Bay area. I'll jump into the budget questions, and should be brief. So number 1, listed unfunded or any unfunded needs or proposals to fund them. We don't have any at this time. Number 2, services that you wish to fund but could not, including supplemental requests in fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025. And how you compensated for unmet needs. We didn't have any last year. We don't have any this year. Fees in our department which do not provide full cost recovery, and what changes do you recommend to achieve? All the kinds of fees that the judge imposes are set by the state uniform fine schedule. They control that. The judge determines based on appropriate requests outside the fiscal 2025 budget. We don't have any additional requests. Number 5 is also a none request that will increase ongoing operations and maintenance costs. Current budget constraints. Again, we are a well-oiled machine, and we do have a tight budget, but it's running pretty well. Our performance measures. There's a set time to disposition set by the Utah Judicial Council. They recommend that the time to disposition on each case type is 95% of our cases disposed in a certain amount of time. For traffic cases, that is 90 days. For criminal cases, that's 180 days, and small claims, 270 days. So our goal is to hit that 95% mark. You can see the last 2 years, and then our current, right now, what we're looking at. Traffic is 89%, criminals is 86%, and small claims is 91%. So we're moving in the right direction. We hope to continue that. Our key accomplishments in 2025, obviously, we took on the judge. The Shriners took the bench in February of 24. The transition has gone smoothly for everyone involved. He settled in quickly, demonstrating strong leadership and thoughtful and fair, compassionate approach to cases presented. It's been a positive transition for everyone. We love having him. We love Judge Romney, so we were all about a new judge, but we'd love to have him. We look forward to seeing his continued success in this new role. Council budget priorities. I felt the Justice Court fit into most of it as the pedestrian state safety. Enforcement of traffic laws. The Justice Court handles cases related to pedestrian accidents and traffic violations, contributing to the safer pedestrian environments by enforcing laws such as speeding, distracted driving, and jaywalking. And employee retention, we maintain a good morale and a public work environment, which helps employee retention. Any questions for me?
That's really good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rihanna. Thank you, Judge Schreiner. Thank you.
Thank you, council, for a few minutes to talk about the finance area and the budget in that area. I'll start down the same list of questions that Rhiannon went through. In terms of unfunded or underfunded needs, at this point in time, finance has none. Services you wish to fund but could not, including supplemental requests, finance has none in that area also. Fees within, let me. So fees within your department which do not provide full cost recovery, and what changes do you recommend to achieve full cost recovery? We do not have anything that falls into that category. In fact, I don't think finance has any finance directly related fees on the consolidated fee schedule. Appropriations requested outside of the fiscal year 25 budget. None. Requests that will increase ongoing operations and maintenance costs. The answer is none there too. and then current budget constraints that prevent execution of the city's long-term vision. And we have none in that category also. In terms of performance measures, from a priority perspective, we believe that we fit into responsible government probably best, and the goal is to promote financial stability and transparency. And we have a number of measurements, performance measurements in that area. GFOA stands for Government Finance Officers Association. And each year for the annual budget, we submit our budget for us to go through a certification process. And so for fiscal year 24, we have done that. And then we plan to do that for fiscal year 25 also. We received GFOA Popular Annual Financial Report certification for the prior year. We have submitted that, and that's pending at this point in time. We plan to continue to do that going forward. Annual independent audit. We desire to receive what's called an unqualified opinion, which is the best opinion that you can receive on your audited financial statements. That occurred in fiscal year 2024. It's pending for 25. It's our goal to accomplish that in 25 and future years also. Received GFOA Annual Comprehensive Financial Report certification for the prior year. Those are both pending. We've applied for it. And we plan to do that in the future. The quarterly reports that are delivered to the council each quarter, we have remained current on those 4 out of 4 in prior year, halfway through this year, and plan to deliver 4 out of 4 in the future for each quarter. In terms of ratings, we work with the rating agencies very closely. At this point in time, the Moody's General Obligation Bond rating is AA1. Our goal is to maintain that going forward. And for Standard & Poor's, the GO rating is AA+. And we intend to do everything we can do to maintain that rating going forward. And then we also want to be in compliance with the CARES Act and ARPA funding requirements, which we are today and plan to do that in the future. Some of what I just talked about is in the key accomplishments below in terms of completing Popular Annual Financial Report. We received the GFOA Award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Report. We completed the fiscal year 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. We received a GFOA Certificate of Achievement in Financial Reporting for fiscal year 2023 for that same report. We obtained an unqualified, unmodified audit opinion in 2024. We completed the fiscal year 2025 Annual Provo City Budget, including truth and taxation process for the library levy. We received the GFOA Distinguished Budget Award for Provo City for the 2024 annual budget. Updated city purchasing and P-card policies throughout the year. Submitted all state transparency reports on a timely basis. Managed the ARPA spending and reporting requirements, ensuring compliance. Managed citywide insurance coverage. Successfully issued wastewater revenue bonds. Managed city debt issuances, including all continuing disclosure requirements and rating agency reviews, and conducted 7 Provo City tech training courses that enhance Provo City employees' understanding and use of Kayenta budget, financial reports, and city procurement processes. And then finally, in terms of council budget priorities, finance will provide treasury, procurement, budget, and accounting support for all council budget priorities as needed. So that's a brief overview on the budget for finance. Any questions?
Thank you, Dan. That's an impressive list of accomplishments. Thank you very much.
Council and Mayor, I'm probably one of the few in our department that get to see you so regularly, so it's nice to see you again. I'll look forward to our meeting later tonight as well. The recorder budget is pretty short and sweet. There's not a whole lot that goes into it, but we'll go through the same questions. So underfunded or unfunded needs, there are none. services you wish were funded but could not, including supplemental requests for fiscal year 2024 and 25. There were none there as well. Fees within the department which do not provide full cost recovery. What changes you recommend to achieve the full cost recovery? So the only fees that are associated with the recorder's office are grammar requests, and those fees are in accordance to state code. We try not to impose fees as suggested by the state. It's not a revenue maker, but in those cases that there is significant work to be done on a grammar request, we will impose the fees in accordance to the schedule set by the state. Appropriation, oh, yes.
So that's already in place. That's not a change in it.
Correct. Yep, nothing new there. Number 4, appropriations requested outside of the budget for fiscal year 25. There are none. A request that will increase ongoing operations and maintenance costs. It's always a little bit tricky as the election approaches. We do our best to budget for the election costs that we contract with the county for. The county hasn't given us our interlocal agreement yet. That will be coming to you guys for a resolution to approve that interlocal, hopefully here shortly. But we always do our best to anticipate what those increases will be. And we split the cost of one election year over 2 budget years. So it's not just one big bulk fee that we can't anticipate. So we try our best, but that unfortunately does continue to rise as everything else has followed that trend. Number 6, current budget constraints that prevent the execution of the city's long-term vision. There are none. The performance measures for the recorder's office, we've got a couple for education and a couple for responsible government. Under education, it's the recorder's responsibility to train departments annually on records management. This did not happen in 2024. Unfortunately, there were some other projects that took precedence, but it is on my agenda to get done this year. I've already set a reminder. There's an online certification that all records specialists is what we call them, all department representatives who handle grammar requests. Most departments are in compliance already. I've set a couple of reminders for those that are not, but we'll also gather all of the groups together and do a big training where we invite some of the state archives to come down and kind of handle that training. So that is on the schedule, or it is pending for this year, and we don't see any problems with that happening this year. Record certification, records officer certification for myself, that is current, and I continue to keep it current every year. Under responsible government, complete and get approval on council meeting minutes within 45 days. Again, with some other projects, I did not hit the goal of under 40 days. The last couple council meetings of last year, as you guys remember, they were pretty lengthy and they took some time. One thing I pride myself, I take a lot of pride in the quality of the council meeting minutes that I put forth, and I'm not willing to hit my goal and give less quality work. And so unfortunately, I didn't meet my goal, but I plan to get back on track this year. And then responding to grammar requests, we have a goal of within 5 days responding to those requests. We were just above that last year. This is not just my office, but department-wide that we send those requests out and the departments respond. I've set reminders with those trainings that we need to be on top of those requests. We have 10 business days to respond to those, so I'm not worried about our compliance at all being at 6 days, but our goal is under 5. So we continue to work towards our goal this year. Key accomplishments in fiscal year 25, those council meeting minutes I already touched on. I take pride in the work that I do for those minutes. I'm trying to keep the best accurate representation of what goes on in those meetings. And I'm pleased to announce that no changes, requested changes have been submitted from your office. So that's great. The grammar requests in the calendar year 2024, we officially handled a total of 485 grammar requests. That's an increase from the year before by 18. So we are still increasing. This would exclude the police departments. So everything, the police department handles their own grammar. So this is every other city department.
I'm surprised at the number of requests. If you were to break that down in just big buckets.
Sure.
Where are those coming from? What are the concerns or the Yeah, where would they be? Who's putting those requests?
Yeah, I would say the department that gets the most requests would be development services. A lot of people buy new homes, they want the building plans, they want permits for their homes. So I'd say most of them would be along that line, or along those lines. We do see some from the airport, now that we've kind of expanded and gotten a little bit bigger, we see some video footage requests from the airlines that has kind of increased a little bit. I would say for the police department side, which sometimes I see a little bit of, you know, traffic accident reports and police reports, things like that. But as far as any concerning requests, I don't think there are any. It's pretty standard with mostly coming from development services. Provo City Tech, if you're not familiar, this is where the city has tried to increase awareness and information to our city employees for the software programs that we use. So the recorder's office is over the on-base software, which is what produces your agendas. And I'm sure you're familiar with that, especially chair and then vice chair. You guys use on-base as well. So we've successfully completed 10 training courses. Those training courses were broken down into on-base agenda for those that are submitting agenda items, and the on-base more administration side where we see contracts and P-part approval processes, things like that. And I've seen an impact with the questions that I've received. They're few and far between now as opposed to before the training. So I think it was a very successful training course. And then the last item, council budget priorities. My role is mostly to provide accurate records. So what you guys are saying your council budgets are, or your priorities are, excuse me, my goal is to support those by creating accurate records and maintaining those records for the public and for administration. I'm also a good liaison between the council and administration. So I hope to continue those good relationships. Other than that, we're gearing up for a new election this year. So that's kind of where my priority will be. But if you guys have any questions for me or what my office handles?
Remind us of the what's the window for the election?
For the candidate filing,
Yes.
or, okay, so the first week of June is when candidates can come and declare candidacy. So there's nothing that prevents them from campaigning now, but to officially declare it's the first week of June.
We greatly appreciate the service you provide to us.
I'll say thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you guys, appreciate it.
You think about running again for the same seat for now?
In advance, just get it out of the way.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Travis, and I'm with Facilities. I've been asked to share a few things that Facilities does on a regular basis. So I'm just going to go through some bullet points. Maintenance and repairs, space planning and utilization, health and safety compliance, vendor management, energy management, budgeting and cost control, sustainability initiatives, emergency preparedness and response, security and access control, tenant relations, and asset management. That's just a kind of a broad list of things that we do. And if you've never worked in facilities, well, first of all, I'm a baby here still to Provo City, but I've been in facilities for about 30 years. But every day is a little bit different. And that's why I love facilities, and I think that's why my team loves facilities, because we're never, for the most part, attacking the same problem or issue every day. So a lot of opportunities to learn and to grow and progress on our team. So I'll jump into the budgets. I'm going to skip down to 7 because we don't have any budget concerns or any requests in 1 through 6. So I don't think there's any sense going through those, but we'll jump into performance measures. Our priority for the first one is responsible government. This goal was to complete the new Fire Station 21, and it was supposed to be completed by May of last year. May of last year, the target was to be 75% complete. I actually wasn't here of May of last year, so I'm guessing from how we finished, we were pretty close. Is that pretty accurate, Chief Hedman? We're pretty close, 75%. So we wrapped that up
just at the end of this last year. Had a great open house. Had the opportunity to work with a great team with Paulson Construction and Chief Hedman's team and our facilities team. And that was a great accomplishment. The next one is we have just started in the expansion of the new airport terminal construction at the airport. The kind of the overall idea and hopes of completion is 2028. But by the end of this year, the goal is 15% completion for that new monstrous project that is starting. We have already selected a firm with that, and Lane Construction will be the ones in charge of the airport construction. They are also the same company and contractor that did City Hall here.
Just a question.
Yeah.
So you manage that contract?
At the airport? Yes. I don't manage the contract. Brian Torgerson is the director there, but we do the maintenance, the major bulk of the maintenance.
Okay, so he's managing the contract, you're supporting him in that.
Correct. We're working with Brian and his team to move forward with the contractors for the construction of the project. The last one on our list is healthy living environment. So we have a goal of facilities, and that is every year to hit 80% on chargeback. So what that is we bill our departments 80%, up to 80% of the work we do to be able to maintain our department and our facilities. And so that's something that we shoot for every year. You can see in 2024, we hit 80%. So far this year, we're on track for 80%, and we're shooting for 80% by the end of this year as well into next year. I didn't include a long list of accomplishments. We do a lot of things, but we have, I think, some crown jewels that were here. That first one I kind of mentioned was the completion of Station 21. Actually, I didn't put that on here. It's on mine, but it's not on here.
It's on there.
It is?
It's the first bullet point.
Oh, I missed it. It's at the bottom. So new Fire Station 21. The next one is installation of a new high efficiency chiller at the library. Just to install a new library chiller at the library, we are saving anywhere from $15,000 a month. With the difference of what we had there before. So the costs are recouped pretty quickly. We recently installed new high efficiency boilers at the Covey Center. Same type idea. I think we're about $10,000 a month in savings with gas. And we had a remodel of the Covey Center kitchen, kind of a project that had been going on for some time, and we were able to wrap that up this last fiscal year. And then the last thing on that list was the completion of the police storage facility. So over in East Bay, it's for public safety and for fire, for some of their specialized equipment. And that was a project that took a lot longer than I felt like it should have, but we got that wrapped up and things were taken care of. So moving forward, kind of already answered this question, but the budget priorities for us at the airport are to continue to provide maintenance and also be involved in the pre-construction design and construction of the new terminal at the airport. That's all I have. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Travis.
The council administration, Mayor, it's good to be before you again. I'm keenly aware that administrative services are already best to go through as quickly as possible and be happy to answer any questions. As you're aware, we commonly publish an annual report. It's not done at this time, but it will be coming a little later. It's just we're a little early in the process. So IT, we provide services through all departments in the city for the technology, infrastructure, and software, hardware, and you are all very well heavy customers of those services as you deal with mapping and other IT services that we provide. So as we talk about answering the questions, we are also still pretty early in the process. I'm currently not fully aware of everything that the city is doing. Just know that as in history, as you've seen, we're very supportive. As ideas and budget is done, there's often an impact to the IT operational budgets, which we'll have to account for as we go through this process. So just as you see new construction, new efficiency that they might be getting to reduce cost might have an IT impact. We're just going to be very on top of that with the administration as we go through this budget process. So that pretty much answers the first one. But IT, we're also keenly aware that as we go into this year, tax revenues and other issues are very, very clear and present. So we recognize this as a year that we're buckling down the hatches. We're looking for cost savings ideas and ways to really optimize the use of the dollar we already have. So that is the name of the game as we go through things. So as we go to the next set of questions, yes, we've asked for things in the past. This is not the year to redo that. We're trying to batten the hatch and make sure we're taking care of our highest key resource, and that's our staff in the city. And we definitely thank the administration for giving us those clear points and how we really succeed in that space. So I will go ahead and be skipping 3 through 6 because again, those are none in the interest of time. Performance measures. So in our performance measures, we do a lot of surveying within our internal teams, and we are very thankful that we have such a great staff that provides exemplary services. And we're happy to report that this year during surveys, we scored a 3.6 out of a top level of score of 4. So if you think of a 4.0 perfect score, which never happens, we're pretty close to that in all indicators. And so we're happy to report those areas. As far as technical issues quickly, we have a target of 3. For prior years, we were unable to hit it. This year, we were able to hit it. A lot of that is due to a lot of the automation we put into place. And as many of you went to one of our PCT classes on AI, we are also using AI where we can to speed up some of our performance within the staff and resources we currently have. As far as providing rapid purchasing and turnaround, again, we hit that one. It was a target of 30 days. We did it in 18 for those outside. But as you may be aware, we also implemented a mass purchasing program several years ago where we collect the number of needs throughout the entire city and we buy in mass to reduce the overall cost of that. And so that has absolutely improved our ability to respond in those areas. Now we have a lot of graphs and other stuff in other pages. I will leave those to you and also as the annual report, but the general thing is we have an increase in tickets, decrease in close days, and that is a lot of that automation. Projects completed, we continue to see just like this last year, 82 projects that we completed, including, I don't know if you guys might have heard of that new website with the mobile app that we launched, right? That was one of those 82. But systems and service, why is that going down? Because we're doing some cleanup of the systems that were replaced and simplified. So there are some moves to some cloud offerings where we don't have to have systems on premise to then provide support for those services. As we get into cybersecurity, there's a lot of trainings, and I just want to kind of highlight one of the key areas there is in performing phishing campaigns, the actual versus last year's and that this has absolutely changed. Before we were trying to do so many per department, now we want to do multiples throughout the year. And Tyler is here to answer any questions around those campaigns. But again, in our service metrics related to cybersecurity, all are looking really good, and we're happy with the trajectory of being on top of getting more training. We have some resources from the state providing those services. Many of you are invited, and you may have noticed the cybersecurity threats are getting a little harsher for all of you, including some that some of you have dealt with over this past year. And we're glad that we're there for you to help you through those items. Now, accomplishments, we have a nice long list there, and I'm going to speed through because you do have it in written form, but if you want to get down to that page there. The website I already mentioned, but we also are going to be talking a little bit later in a council meeting. We received for the 5th year in a row recognition by the NDIA as a digital inclusion trailblazer. Happy that we do that out of volunteer and our community to really put into the hands of people that need access to digital skills to operate. It is about economic vibrancy within our community. A person with computer skills is actually able to apply for a job. If they don't have access to a computer or those digital skills, they're unable to. So we try to bridge that divide through the services offered through our community. And as Provo City, we're happy to sponsor, whether it's space where we offer that or our resources as far as personal time on my part, going and supporting them through those endeavors. We also have launched a pretty groundbreaking item in the area where we have brought together other IT departments across Utah into a common thing. We were recognized by the state in that space for having done that and brought those groups together. And right now we're actually in the process of doing a mutual aid agreement across 50+ organizations and IT departments in local government across Utah to collaborate and cooperate, all led through Provo initiatives. I have to report on that. Again, 82 projects, and there's details there. And then the last one there I'm going to highlight is, again, you've heard a lot about PCT, a very successful program. And I know most of your faces, and I hope you're enjoying some of the classes you guys were able to attend. And I'd love to hear about those pieces that you guys have learned from that and optimizing what you're able to do. As far as count the priorities, everything we do, I think, supports you in that space. We have, whether it's maps coming through or data that we're pulling on your behalf and any other priority that's out there, there's typically an IT component. We're ready to help you with that. Any questions from me? Yeah.
I missed the last class on the generative AI. How often are you going to be offering this?
Oh, I have at least one per month.
Okay,
And they're they typically full. So just feel free to hop on and we'll get you in.
thank you.
I want you to know I have 8 full-time interns now. I'm not up to 20.
Well,
I'm up to 8.
you'll get better as you
I'm working.
learn how to do those generative AI statements. Yeah.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Oh, Rusty.
More of a question for John. Okay, so in our notes, it says services you wish to fund but could not. There's the Kayenta analyst, server hardware support, training budget, cybersecurity analyst, and patch management. A lot of those are repeats from either last year, years past. Why have they not been funded within any budget year?
Limited resources.
So are they just not priorities? I mean, do we really not need these things?
Well, Josh has them listed as items under his list of things that he can have them, he wish he could. But as you go through the budget process, there's just, and we have certain items that we have funded that are IT related in the past, but it's just a matter of going through the analysis and picking those that we feel like are most critical based on the resources that we have. And so are they needs? Yes, but based on the priorities and the things that we've looked at in the past, they haven't met the top of the list. Hard decisions. That's what the whole budget process is about, is that you have to, when it comes down to it, you have to just pick what you feel like is the most critical.
Right, I get that, but when you keep on seeing these over and over and over again, it makes me wonder if they're really not needed, because they're getting passed over year after year after year after year.
I definitely don't think that they're not needed. They compete against other items, and realizing that we could go back and show you what items we have funded that were supplemented. But as we've looked at those, they've been considered. They haven't been thought of, well, we don't need that. They've been thought of, well, we have difficult choices, but unfortunately, even though these are needs, other things or things that are listed, or sometimes some years we may have little to, like this year, supplemental requests are going to be very, very limited based on our limited resources. And so we have to just pick and choose.
Yeah, like the best example I'm going to give really quick is take a look at our Kayenta analyst and compare it to putting an officer on the street. What is your decision at that point? That's the tough decisions that our administration has to make. So I recognize there are often times where we have to make that hard kitchen table decision. The answer to that question as far as the type of decisions that anything else?
Thank you again, Josh. Thank you very much. John, any wrap up?
No, unless you have any questions for me specifically.
Powerful motion close.
Thank you
very
much.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, we'll circle back now to item 5, which is the discussion regarding the proposed time-limited off-leash hours for dogs in city parks. Who's going to, is this staff first?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay,
Children.
it's kind of awkward, I like can't see it. Okay, officers in city parks, so we've been talking about this since 2024, a long time. But at this point, what we're talking about today is a proposed text amendment. Councilor Hanley and Christensen came to council staff as an issue request to bring this forward to the council. So council staff, we worked on this, what this would look like. It would be time limited off-leash hours in city parks. between 6 and 8, both AM and PM. And all city parks besides the Epic Sports Park. In the materials, there was a memo there that just kind of gave some background, included Parks and Rec's position on this. The council staff and the issue sponsors met with Parks and Rec and had a discussion about that as they are opposed to this text amendment. And then we also have responses from other cities that have time limited off leash parks. So I forwarded stuff from Boise, Idaho, and then also Park City. Haven't heard back from Boulder or Salt Lake City, who also have these. Today, we're all familiar with the background. And I'll turn the time over to Councilor Hanley and Christensen. But today there's some options that council staff, before we do any more work on this, we just want to get kind of a motion on how you'd like us to go forward. So these are the 4 options as we see them that we can kind of go. So adopt the text amendment as written, text amendment with changes, and those can be discussed either. Things that we've discussed with issue sponsors is the sunset date. So kind of make this a pilot program, different effective hours than what is listed there, specified parks, either just in one park or right now it's all parks besides Epic. So specifying parks or any other amendments or a combination of those. We also talked about park selection process through the neighborhood program and then kind of nominating parks within each district in the city. And then we could consider that as part of kind of a text amendment process to say, well, these neighborhoods selected these parks or nominated them, and then we would make the final decision on that. And then, as always, our option is to do nothing and just do the status quo. We also provided some additional context, like I talked about. Parks and Rec is currently in the process of a dog park master plan, and that is included in the memo. We talked about how they have funding lined up for this current CIP that's being proposed, and then also in 2-year CIPs. And then Michael actually worked with our police department, who is great, and provided the last 5 years of data for dog-related incidents throughout the city. So this is 5 years of data. And then we kind of pulled the dog-related incidents that pertain to off-leash hours in parks. There's other dog-related data, but it was like a dog party. So maybe that's something you guys cared about, but there was just a lot of that. So we didn't want that to also be on here. So this is also just some context. This was something we talked about in our discussion with Parks and Rec and issue sponsors, just about dog-related incidents at parks, and that's something that we, when we reached out to other cities, kind of questioned them and said, how are you? What are you seeing in your cities? Which they're, the 2 responses that we got kind of align with this, where there are incidents, but it's not an overwhelming huge thing relative to what you see as overwhelming. Okay, so that was quick, but I'm going to turn the time over to Councilors Hanley and Christensen now. You guys want to speak to any of this and then have a discussion. And like I said, council staff is just seeking a motion today on whatever you would like to do going forward, so we know we have some direction.
Right. Thank you, Malia. Yeah, I think Craig and I would like to make sure everyone's reassured that we're not trying to undo any progress we've already made. I think we were both very supportive of more enforcement on leashes and grateful for that. We think that was the right thing. I think what we've been hearing from some citizens is concern that in the interim of waiting for dog parks, there's a lot of people who are unable to, for those who have dogs that need to be run, they don't have the place in Provo to do it. So a lot of people are going elsewhere, and I think our feeling was that if we're investing as a city in dog parks, that is, it seems to me, an acknowledgement that the city needs to provide better services than we currently have available for our citizens for dogs in those situations. And so we're sort of looking for a kind of interim compromise that would allow people who are waiting for those dog parks to have some spaces where they could do so. I think the advantage of the off-leash hours, and by the way, I don't think Craig or I are wedded to any particular time of day or schedule per se, or even that it should be all parks. I think actually, as we've talked with staff, we've kind of gravitated more toward maybe if we could find, you know, one park in every neighborhood, in every district that maybe would be helpful for these citizens. The advantage is that we think without any options, there's some strong likelihood that there are violations. We know there are violations happening. This way, there's a kind of designated time and place, which maybe with proper education and signage could reduce the off-leash abuses that are happening in the parks and on the trails, and that might actually provide a safer environment for the city. I think, you know, we really care about safety. I want to make sure that that everyone understands that's our intention, and that we think this may actually provide that in a more balanced way. It's just that we're looking at 3 to 5 years before we're going to have these dog parks in place for our citizens, which I think there seems to be a lot of agreement and excitement about those. They are going to cost us a fair amount of money, and so we kind of wondered if there was a feeling on the council for a kind of interim compromise plan that could be contingent. You know, we could have a sunset clause on it. We could experiment with it. We could limit it to certain parks. We can change the hours earlier if that's more acceptable to people, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. We are open to eliminating any evening hours altogether. I just think it seems reasonable for our citizens to expect that if they're going to have dog parks in 5 years or 3 years, however long it's going to take, that they might have some reasonable options in the interim. So I don't know, Craig, if you want to.
Yeah, in fact, one of the interesting things that came up as we're talking with the administration about this is the pushback from neighborhoods. They don't want it in their neighborhood. I thought, well, this would be interesting to see actually number 3 there in terms of using the neighborhood program to find out, are there neighborhoods who are willing to sponsor this in one of their parks? If there was an appetite to do something like early morning or, you know, to limit a certain part. So I like that idea as well, rather than assume we could also do this work this through the neighborhood program. It seems reasonable to me that we do something to address this issue instead of just saying nothing until we have a dedicated resource. That was my thing.
So we just want to know what we never did take an official vote on this particular question. So we want to know what the council feels about this.
Councillor McKay.
I don't think it's any surprise that I'm adamantly opposed to this idea. I look at my job as a council member, and I think the main 2 things that citizens want from me is safety in the city and to keep or improve their quality of life. Those are the 2 things that citizens are looking for from us. And I think this wildly decreases safety and will lower the quality of life for most people. And so I you know, it's like a derelict of duty to even think of doing for me off-leash hours. We go to those numbers that you had as far as the police incidents. And I'm assuming that most of those incidences, like the dog bites or attacks, are with an animal on a leash, most likely. And think of how much worse such an incident could be if they were off leash. And so many incidences aren't even reported. Like, this is just what was reported. And I would assume it's 5 times that. That's just an assumption, but I just know that a lot of things aren't reported. I got that through my emails and in talking to people. You know, we have incidences every year of people being killed by dogs in the state, horrible bites. it's just unpredictable. I wish it wasn't. I wish it was something we could control better. But it's just unpredictable always. I think that we've had an overwhelming response from citizens that they don't want it. I think the group that wants it is very small. And I get it that they are passionate about it and they've done their research as far as how they're justifying that it would be appropriate. And I've read through their stuff and I don't see that it's going to improve safety or quality of life in our city. And that is my priority. And that is what I feel like I've been voted in to take care of. And so I'm adamantly opposed to any off-leash hours unless it's in a fenced-in dog park where people have consent. Where they are having consent implicitly by being in the dog park to be with on-leashed animals.
Can I make one clarification? We did get a signed petition that had 227 signatures on it, so that wasn't a small number of people. That's actually more than the emails we've been receiving.
I've never seen a petition.
Just for, what's that?
You saw a petition?
The Meredith Reed sent us an email indicating that there were 227 people.
Well, I didn't get that.
Well, you got her email.
I didn't see a petition.
I don't think she, or did she attach a link?
She attached a link to the petition.
Okay. Well, thank you, Councillor McKay, Councillor Hogan.
Actually, she means the bunch.
Okay, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm glad that Councilor McKay mentioned that she was making assumptions. I don't know that you can assume that the bites were on leash. I mean, my husband was walking past a neighbor and the gate was open and the dog came out and bit him.
Oh, totally. I
Yeah.
understand that, but I'm just saying some are gonna be, since a lot is to be on leash right now, the assumption could be made that some of them are on leash in a park.
Yeah, I'm just not comfortable making those assumptions.
Fair enough.
So before we started doing additional enforcement for the off-leash things in the dog parks, and you can see the numbers reflecting the increase in enforcement. I don't think that's necessarily a change in activity.
Well, at least a few months, right?
We started in 2024 with enforcement, and that's why the number for off-leash jumped from 33 to 127.
Gotcha.
So what that shows me is the level of concern or complaint or enforcement on that was between 20 and 50 incidents a year, which is a relatively small number. I know a lot of people had been taking their dogs out and throwing the ball at them, not even realizing that it was illegal to do so before we started enforcing. That was, although non-compliant, a very well-established use of our parks. And I think by introducing specific off-leash hours, we're putting everyone on notice. Like if you're going to the park during this time, there may be dogs off leash during this time. So people who would wish to avoid that have the other times that they can go. I would suggest that if we do this, I mean, I like the idea of getting feedback from the districts, although I would suggest that if we're doing that, we say there really does need to be at least one park in your district. You guys gotta choose somebody. But like for my district, I think Mazer would be a good candidate for this. Joaquin would not. I think Memorial Park might actually work pretty well because I see dogs there all the time with their owners tossing the ball, even though it doesn't have any fencing. But Harmon, I don't think is great. I don't think any of our parks that are mostly fields are good for this. I don't want dogs in splash pads. I don't want dogs on playgrounds, really, or if they're unleashed, I don't really want them in the pavilions either, right? So I would say if we were to do off-leash hours at parks, it would also be that they're just in these grassy areas, not fields, not playgrounds, not pavilions. If you're bringing them into those areas, you flip them again. So that's my thought. I like this as kind of an interim solution and really as a data gathering thing so that we can see what kind of wear and tear we'd get on the parks, what kind of compliance we would have. Because like I say, the numbers that we had before we started these issues show that these are not huge problems in our parks. You know, the dog issues within the parks are so small a number relative to the dog issues outside of our parks. So I think this could give good structure. I would think it's probably a good idea to sunset it and to set a review period too. So that we can see if we've had problems, and certainly if we see immediately and our great animal control guys are saying, look, this is bad, we've had this and this and this, then we should cut it immediately, right? If it's bad, we stop. So those are my thoughts.
Counselor Hoban.
I had somebody send me a few ideas, and so as alternatives to like just like an open leash time would be like, could we put up a few hundred yards of fence and have a fenced in area at each park that wouldn't be a dog park because they ruin the grass and all that, right? But it would be a place for open or for off leash times in the morning or evening or whatever. And so it wouldn't be a dog park, but it would be a place where you could run them off leash for a certain period of time each day so that it wouldn't ruin it, so to speak, but would provide that, provide that opportunity. And then another one was, is there some way to like have like a permit program where somebody has to get like licensed or a permit and get trained and, or maybe that could help fund something like a couple hundred yards of fence at each park or something. I don't know, at certain parks. I just want to throw those out there as potential alternatives to just saying like yes or no.
A permit for what? A permit for off leash?
A permit for off leash that could then be used to help fund off leash areas in parks at certain times of day. So like you could get a permit, you'd have to get trained, take a training, I don't know. So I'm just throwing these out as ideas that as they came across sounded like, okay, maybe there's some alternatives here. As opposed to just like total off leash during certain times of the day. Cause I think the concerns are like, even early in the morning, sure, you might not have kids at a park, but you might have elderly. And so I understand the concerns around that. So I don't know if that would be practical to have a certain area of a park that's kind of fenced in for that purpose, a couple hours a day. I don't know.
Yeah, and along with that, I think it'd be a good idea to designate some parks as no dog, period. Because that's pretty common in other cities.
Thank you, Counselor Hoban. Counselor Hopkins.
So many of our parks are right next to elementary schools and junior high schools, and I don't think that's appropriate at all. Because you have kids outside for recess, you have kids outside for whatever, sports. The junior high is right next to footprinters. It is just not a good idea. I'm not supportive of them. I have had one constituent write in and she said in her sister's city, they do have a fob and you have to pay a certain fee per year or per month. And the fob allows you into some sort of a fenced off area. But I am opposed to anything off leash that is not within some kind of a fenced area. And I am completely against it anywhere near an elementary school or a junior high school or high school. Those
Even if
ones are
it's off hours of school hours.
No. No.
Well, like for example, Westridge Elementary where my kids go, it's adjacent to the park and there's an area, the school and the park kind of blend almost. And in the morning when kids arrive, but that's at 8:30. So I guess if you're looking at 6 to 8, it's different. But in any case, I think they do kind of blend. And there's, I don't know.
Big view, sunset.
I know in theory, certain hours of the day makes sense, but on paper, but I think the practical aspect of it is that you have vulnerable, people at any time of day, really. Like even youth at night, like 12-year-old daughter, they go to the park at 10 o'clock PM and they play night games. And so that could cause a problem there with a bunch of kids running around dogs. So I get it. I'm also sensitive to the fact that, it's tough for people. I have a dog, of course. I have a larger yard, which I pay a lot for my grass and watering it. on a side note, but yeah, I take him to a church parking lot. And just every now and then I try. I'm like, okay, we're gonna let him off leash, just see how he does. 95% of the time he comes back. It's that 5%. That's the problem. Yeah. You know?
One person or one little kid or jumps on one
Well,
old
yeah,
person.
I mean, he doesn't bite people, but like, it's like I gotta rein him in, you know? So it's a problem. I'm sensitive to it and I appreciate the time you guys put into it. It's just hard for me to get behind it.
Councilor McKay.
I just think it's so interesting that we're like, okay with like, oh, these aren't that many incidences. Like, you think it's okay if 31 people get bitten in our city, or? I don't know, it's just crazy to me. Like, one incident's too many for me. I have friends that have scars on their faces from dog bites growing up. A woman got majorly bitten in Salt Lake one recently. This was at the dog park. Her whole bottom of her leg, her whole forearm. Like, it's just a constant thing. I'd love to hear from our police as far as what they think about this policy and what, if they think it'd be appropriate for the city, if it's something they can enforce on and they have the manpower for, and what they think.
Yeah, let me just also add, Catrice, and it's possible that dogs just aren't a good idea, period, in the city. You know, that there's a risk to even having dogs on leash or even in someone's house. What if it gets out of the house? And so we could say, let's take it to the extreme and say no dogs in Provo, period. They're just unsafe. They're not stable. It's just not a good idea. We don't say that. We actually say, gotta have them on a leash, and so we say, well, there is an acceptable risk we're willing to take.
On a leash for
So,
public, it's great.
I'm not suggesting, let's be foolish and let's have dogs, take over. I'm suggesting that we take a look at that spectrum and say, could we accommodate? Now, again, I don't have a dog. I'm just thinking about the people who do, and it's important to them. And like, is there something we could do? Not swing it all the other way, because there is, I agree with George. When we established the leash law, I think it was great. And I think it's been very helpful. But again, it seems like there's some area that might be helpful. That's what I'm looking for. I don't have a dog.
Oh, man. That's one of the best ones we've had in a while.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I just don't know how you get to zero.
You'll ever get to zero.
So
You
if
never
you-
get to zero bike
Right,
accidents.
so you
car accidents,
minimize.
Yeah, but
And-
what you're doing is an exact opposite of that.
No, I don't think it's the exact
See, I
opposite.
do.
I know you do, but I want to defend myself against that.
Yeah, I
Because
disagree.
I don't see how, we don't have any evidence to believe that if you have a well-monitored off-leash hour where people who don't want to be around.
It's monitoring it.
Can I finish? Who are, off leash in the park. And people start policing this a little bit, just self-policing in neighborhoods. And if there's the practice of people knowing that there's gonna be a time where the park is used for dogs off leash, and they don't go to the park during those hours, then you can certainly have a scenario where you have less incidents because you have fewer people violating all over the place. And we do still have a problem with people violating everywhere the off-leash rule. So the real question is, does the leash rule that we are trying to enforce, is it getting us the results that we want? And I'm simply suggesting the possibility that it's not quite getting us there. And we think the way to get us there is to have dog parks. Right? I mean, I think we can all agree that if we have 5 dog parks in the city of Provo, we have a massive reduction of risk in the city and everybody's happy, but we're not there. We're not going to be there for 5 years. So we're going to have this problem for the next 5 years where people are going to say, doggone it, sorry, that's a bad pun. By golly, but they're gonna go find ways. I mean, I don't have any science data to back this up, but I hike all the time on the Bonneville shoreline and up Rock Canyon. And I swear there are more dogs up there than there used to be. And I think it's because people know there's no other place to take them. And that's not any more safe either. So, I mean, I just think I'm looking at a potential solution because I care about safety and I care about quality of life. And it's also the quality of life of the people who own dogs that I have to be thinking about as well. So I'm just looking for a small compromise. And I think this is a reasonable one.
See, I think it's the same reasoning as you know, people speed too fast, well, let's like increase the speed limit and not have speed limits anymore and see if that takes away the pressure. to
I think it's the
speed.
exact opposite.
I-
It's like
I
having
don't know.
speed, it's like saying, we're gonna allow you to drive your car on these streets at this speed. This is because cars, if we want to reduce risk of car deaths, we should ban cars. No one's gonna think that's an adequate solution, but you do have regulations. This is just a regulation.
I know our regulation is that they should be on leash when they're in public places.
Counselor Whipple.
Yeah, so George's comment, I see this as kind of funneling. Before Third South was redone in front of my house, you know, you could cross at any of the intersections, those are implied crosswalks. People were crossing whenever they could, but it was incredibly unsafe. And when the street was restructured so that we had a couple of crosswalks where people go, suddenly everybody was crossing right by my house, right at that light. They weren't crossing at 300 anymore, 100. And it was so much safer because there was a place and a time, an expectation. And I see this as doing a similar thing because right now people are going to the park with their dogs at all different times and we are just funneling it down to certain periods. And I really do think that it could reduce the unwanted conflicts by doing it. But that's why I say I want to try it and see, because I could be wrong, but I won't know until we try that.
I think it would be useful as part of this conversation to hear from Parks and Rec and from police, just a statement. Maybe Doug, while you're making your way to the front. This is an issue. Did I see Doug here? There you are. I don't know that we've received this much community resident feedback since the library last year. It's another issue that there's a lot of interest in and people want to make their opinion known. Malia, can we go back to the council options page? If we were, it was interesting to read the feedback from citizens, but I feel like they were reacting to the proposal that was kind of an all-in with hours in the morning, hours in the evening. And of course, to propose off-leash hours during prime picnic time was maybe not the best thing to do. But they didn't get a chance to weigh in on something that's more restrictive. What if there were one park in each district and park hours or rather the off-leash hours were just in the morning from 6 till 8? And the sunset date. Maybe not a year, but 6 months with the opportunity to pull back if it's not going the way we thought. And I think maybe the place to do that would be in the district meetings. Could residents agree that if there were a park in their area under certain conditions, how would they feel about that? They were reacting. First, I thought it was 2-1 against, then 3-1, then 4-1. There was just a deluge of residents opposed to this at the end. But they were being presented with a proposal that was quite broad. It was interesting to read the data from neighboring cities, what they're doing. I'm not really compelled by that because none of them outside of Salt Lake Park City had off-leash hours. I didn't feel like we're the only city that doesn't have off-leash hours. But maybe there is something that we could experiment with. Only in the morning, but I think it would be good to hear from Doug.
Well, Doug's walking up here. I've become convinced if the neighborhoods aren't willing to support this and say, yeah, this park and it's set up.
Right.
Katrice made an interesting point as we were talking about this with Parks and Rec. You know, this park right out here bordered by streets, a terrible idea. And there might be one like Mazer that could make sense because of where it's structured.
Mostly fenced.
Yeah, because it's already partially fenced and again, if the
stops.
neighborhoods aren't supportive, well, to me, it's it's dead.
Right. Doug.
So just in summary, yeah, that's been our position or recommendation that the best practices that we've had are these enclosed areas with fences and gates. It creates more controlled environment for off-leash opportunity. So when you're going through that gate, there's even a transition area that they found that kind of keeps other dogs, gives a little bit of acclimation time for the dog entering. So there's a little bit of science behind these best practices of these dog parks, and that's kind of what we pursued with this dog park master plan and an implementation strategy. So we're kind of excited about this. We've held our first public meeting and got some people kind of come in and look for different locations around the city. I know Councilmember Bogdan's really concerned that they're not all clustered in one area. And so I think we've kind of thrown out some potential locations that might be kind of an introductory type location for some, but we had intended to locate them and distribute them throughout the city. So they're kind of not clustered in one area. That would make sense.
Malia, can you put the timeline back up there, the dog park timeline? Does this timeline?
Way, Doug, to accelerate the timeline? I mean, it's, again, I'm fully supportive. I'm just worried about the interim. I just feel like.
I know they're doing a survey right now and they're kind of contractually obligated to kind of work through that timeline, but we could look at that.
Is it really 5 years, Doug, before we would see potentially
that's
another dog park?
And we maybe talk about this a little bit later in the CIP review, but that was one thing that we thought we'd do is escalate some funds in this next fiscal year to get on the next, dog park. Our level of service, I guess, suggestion or recommendation in our master plan is to have 4 different sites by the year 2030. So that's not to say that we can't accelerate the development of those. And we may find some areas where, there's some low hanging fruit out there to create these dedicated areas too. We just haven't completed that study yet. And it's not to say that if it's a real high priority that you can help us develop more than one in the next year or two. So that's another option as well. We're just kind of midway in that process of locating these dedicated areas. And in the meantime, they're still fairly dog friendly. I think we're really quite dog friendly. Dogs are allowed in almost every one of our parks on leash. So, if you want to hear from the chief.
Yes.
I like talking from actually by the refrigerator. It's where you do the best work. It's be very quick. It's very difficult to enforce a law that has timeframes like this in place with a dog that has prey drive or range drive and is going to the 5% you refer to that doesn't come back. How many maulings are worth it? Not one. Now there is an easy way to go. That dog's not on leash and that dog's at fault. When both dogs are off leash, to define under control is like defining the Wild West. You just can't do it. Okay, you have specific dog psychology that comes into play here, and they are unpredictable. They are trainable, but they are unpredictable. To what extent are you willing to go? And for us in enforcing this, it would be unenforced because we'll show up, it's within the hour. 2 dogs are fighting. One says, sit. It sits. I have control of my dog. It's very difficult to play the role of enforcement officer in this case. So I would be against anything that is off leash without the parameters that you've talked about. I'm a dog person, love dogs. I'm against that. It is public safety that I'm worried about.
But wouldn't the matter of enforcement just be, you have your dog off leash outside of these hours? What, does it matter if it's under control or not? If they're off leash during the leashed period of time, they're in violation.
If they're off leash during the timeframes that you've suggested, 6 to 8, you have both dogs are going to be fighting. People will be involved in stopping those dogs from fighting and getting bit. Those are the things that I'm referring to.
Okay.
Outside of that time frame, they
That's
should
easy
be
to
on
enforce.
leash,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So it's very difficult to enforce.
Do you have problems with our current dog park at Bicentennial Park with people calling in because dogs are fighting and things like that?
I don't think it's being utilized as it should, and that's based off of the size of it. And if you go,
Dogs are there every day.
there's dogs there. And they're probably doing what they should be within the parks and the parameter. It's when they get out. It's when they're out and free, without control. That's where we have the issues and the problems. And I think that specific dog park has come up a couple of times, just in complaints that I've received. And with our supervisor over animal control, he brings up health issues and things that come up that way. I think I've provided that with you, so I don't want to. Any other questions about specific enforcement?
Well, this is a terrible question, but on the classification, do we know which of those park incidents were at the dog park at Bicentennial Park?
Yeah, so Michael has a very, very, very detailed sheet of every incident, what part it was.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Yeah, can I just say one
Yes,
thing?
Councilor Holt.
It sounds like that, I don't know if we're taking a vote or not, but it does seem like there's kind of like a close split here. So I guess I just want to make it clear, I'm not interested in pursuing anything with off-leash hours, but I will look at other options. But I don't like the off-leash hours even early in the morning. I just think it's hard to say like when somebody's gonna be out running or walking in the morning, and I just don't like it. So I just want to make sure I was clear on that, but I'm willing to look at other options to try to solve this problem.
You mean like the fenced in area?
Something like that, a rotating fence in there. I don't really know. I don't know what that means. I don't want to kill grass either that we use for soccer fields either, right? But be willing to look at other options and funding other things, but we're moving up timelines, but I just don't like the off leash. So wanted to be clear on that.
Councilor McKay.
I've been doing my newsletter since I've been on the council, and I was surprised how many responses I got on the dog off-leash dog hours. I got way more than were sent to the council. They were just sent to me individually. But what I was surprised by is how many dog trainers, dog owners, someone showed dogs for years, someone owned a bunch of sled dogs, and they were all against it. They're like, what are you thinking? Like, this is crazy. And they gave incidences or examples, but these are people that one person said they like dogs more than people. Like it's not an anti-dog thing. I think it's just being honest about the dogs are animals and they're unpredictable. And that unpredictable factor is, like, I'm just really with the chief, like how many maulings or how many bites or how many scared children that ever go to a park again, or how many old people getting falling because they get jumped on. Just none of them are worth it to me, not one.
Okay, so interest of time, I've heard maybe we go through the neighborhood program to identify one. I've heard maybe we don't do it at all. Maybe speeding up portion our timeline and coordinating with them on what that might look like. Or maybe narrowing the scope and coming back with the amendment again. So I've heard a bunch of different options, so we just kind of.
Okay, Councilor McKay would like to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we let Parks and Rec go ahead with their survey and their studies that they're doing to figure out where to put dog parks, and to come back to us with future reports on that. I'm really grateful they're doing a statistical survey and doing all the outreach that they are doing, and that we do not pursue any off-leash hours at this time.
Is there a second to this motion? Councilor Bogdan. Is there any council discussion, or is there interest in a substitute motion? I will make a substitute motion that this discussion be taken to the neighborhood district meetings, the next 5 district meetings, where we have a discussion. If this were something that we were to look at in your neighborhood, which park would you identify as having off-leash hours in the morning only from 6 to 8 a.m.? And would there be support in your neighborhood for this? I feel like there are enough citizens in favor of this 230 something that to take it one step farther to the district meetings would be useful to that group.
I second that. Oh, sorry, I beat you, George.
A second.
Yeah.
To the motion.
To your substitute motion.
To the substitute motion by Councilor Rachel. So we'll vote on the substitute motion.
Can we have a discussion?
I'm sorry. Oh, yes, discussion.
My concern with that would be, we're only giving them an option. We're not giving them an option of nothing at all.
Well, I said, would there be support in your district for this
There would have
kind
to
of?
be an option of nothing.
If
Yeah.
there's not support, then no, it is nothing.
Correct.
Means they have that choice of you put up, shut up or put up or.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. Exactly.
Right.
We need to make sure that meetings aren't hijacked by people with an agenda.
That's
that
true.
don't
That's
live
true. This
in
has
that
to be
district.
communicated well.
Has to be district people.
I feel confident Rachel knows everyone very well in the districts, and then I'm working with her more on those, and I feel confident we could craft something and then kind of run the plans by you guys on how we would approach that and see if you have feedback before we start doing it.
Okay.
Well, just continue the discussion. The other thing this would do, that's gonna take some time. It's quarterly, they meet, right?
Yes.
So that's going to take some time. By the time we have that discussion, Doug, when is the feedback from the park study? The dog park study? When is that?
They're coming to the council June 17th.
We'll actually have some feedback. What I wouldn't want to do is I wouldn't want to send the neighborhood program, well, I said I like the idea of going through them. What I wouldn't want to happen is to send them through all this work and then there not be support on the council to do anything. I'm just wondering if, since that's going to take some time anyway, I wonder if we wait a few more months and let's see what the recommendation is. And let's see what as a council we're willing to do in terms of.
Well, the recommendation, the survey doesn't have any, the survey is all about dog parks. So it's not about off-leash hours and.
Right.
So there's not gonna be any data in that survey that will be relevant to this proposal.
Right.
This proposal is, assumes that proposal is going forward. Right, I mean, we're not weighing in on dog parks, we're just simply proposing something in the interim. So I'm not sure why that waiting would matter.
Thing is that by June 4th, all 5 districts will have met. So this way we could have a sense of the appetite from each district at the same time that we're getting the results from
Then bring it
Mark.
back.
Because even once we get their results, even if we speed up the timeline, it would probably be at least a year before anything could be built.
Beginning of next fiscal year, so that would be available, the funds would be available July 1st to get started on the development of a off-leash dog park.
You say get started on development. when would be like completion of a park and people could take their pooches out for a run?
All dependent on the site, it really would.
Yeah.
Is that like a year or two or 6 months?
I think within, a few months.
Yeah.
Within a year. And this would be good too, because then part of our scope of our consultancy is to come to these neighborhood meetings and have stakeholder meetings too, so they can come to this as well. It's all part of their scope.
It may be that part of your thing would be redeveloping existing parks to be more dog friendly. And so getting this information from the neighborhood may help identify ones that could be reused.
That's correct. They were looking at all existing sites and undeveloped sites and also properties that the city might own or doesn't own, but might be potential locations. So that was all part of their scope as well.
So when we're talking to the neighborhood, we could be asking them both, would you be interested in trying some off-leash hours, or would you be interested in having a park restructured to have leash or fenced off dedicated dog use?
Yeah.
So I think
No, that
it's
makes
still a
sense.
good,
Yeah, I
good
think that makes
motion.
sense. I mean,
Any other discussion? Okay, then we'll call for a vote. Counselor Handley.
Yes.
Counselor Bogdan.
No.
Counselor Christian.
Yes.
Counselor Whipple.
Yes.
Counselor Garrett, yes. Counselor McKay.
No.
Counselor Hogan.
no,
That motion passes 4-3. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like I said, I'll work with Rachel and we'll kind of come up with a plan and what we'll be asking, and we'll send that out to the council and you can.
In order to be done by June 2nd, does that include the meeting a week from tomorrow?
It does. So we'd have to talk to District 5.
quickly.
Okay.
Otherwise, it pushes us out.
Otherwise, their next district meeting is June 18th. So if we have to wait till then, you said June 17th?
It's not tomorrow, it's next week, right?
It's
Okay,
next week.
tomorrow, yeah.
But that's still a lot of time, or not enough time really for them to change
Yeah.
their agenda if they've got it full. But like I say, this June 18th is about the same time
Yeah.
that they're reporting their
That would
survey,
work too.
so it would be fine.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maria.
Thank you.
We're running a little bit behind, but if people need a break, we can take a 5-minute break.
No
Otherwise-
break, no break for the leaders.
All right, we'll move on to item 7 on the agenda, which is resolution approving lease financing for 2 fire trucks and a related appropriation in the vehicle replacement fund. First principal payment and legal fees.
Okay, so I don't know if we have the, there's a page that says term sheet. I don't know if that's available.
Mayor?
Yep, that'd be great. That's good. So, a little bit of background, the fire department is in the process of acquiring 2 new fire engines. And the way that we historically financed those fire engines for the past six engines, I think we bought over time, over the years, is through tax exempt lease financing. And the reason it's called a lease is essentially, in order for it to be tax exempt on the Internal Revenue Code, it's a lease, but it's actually a lease purchase. And so what that means is at the end of the lease, the city actually owns those fire trucks. So it's not the kind of lease where you turn the fire truck back in at the end of the lease. It's just a structure of financing so that it can be tax exempt. Yes.
So if we have a garbage truck incident with one of these fire trucks where it just explodes and starts on fire, are we still gonna have to be self-insured with this lease?
With this particular lease, we do have the option of being self-insured. With the 2 leases that are currently outstanding, now one of them we just paid off, we had requirements in the lease to have separate insurance on those particular vehicles. So the coverage on those vehicles were different than the garbage truck when we had the incident with. But this one, we do have the option of being self-insured.
Is that an option we're gonna take?
I anticipate that we would utilize the same coverage that we have for everything else. We just feel like that's a more economical approach over time, and that we've had relatively few claims. Obviously, the fire truck was an exception. This fire truck garbage truck. So we did an RFP for this, and we received 7 responses. And the rates ranged from a high of 4.85% to the low and winning bid of 4.12%. And the winning bid was an institution, which is Webster Bank. And they have done quite a bit of work in the tax exempt lease space. Within Utah, they have leases with Weber Fire District, Box Elder School District, Syracuse, Heber City, Jordan, and Davis School Districts are a few that they've done. So we're comfortable with them. We reviewed the proposed lease. When I say we, legal and finance have reviewed that. I believe Brian agrees with me that we're comfortable with that lease. And that's the lease that we plan to bring back to the council in 2 weeks. Just a little bit of information. The 2 vehicles are Rosenbauer fire engines and the related equipment. The total amount of the lease is $2.7 million. There's a payment due at closing. And then the final payment date would be April 1st of 2033. That assumes that we close this lease on April 1st of this year. The tax status of this is tax exempt and non-bank qualified. And then again, the anticipated closing date is April 1st. Are there any questions from the council?
Questions for Dan?
Thank you, actually, I'm really good. Why are we calling this a lease if it's actually a purchase?
It's considered a lease purchase, but again, just under the internal revenue code, the way that it's set up for tax exempt purposes, is they refer to them as tax exempt leases. Instead of a tax exempt loan, it's a tax exempt lease. And, but it has, it's a lease purchase agreement, meaning that once we make all the lease payments, we own the vehicles. Vehicles are not owned by the financial institution.
Like a purchase.
It really is. It really is. It would be easier to understand if we just called it a loan to purchase a vehicle. But we're meeting the requirements of the Internal Revenue Code, so it would be tax exempt. It's called a lease.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Thank you. We'll look forward to voting on this in a couple of weeks then. All right, next we have an ordinance amending Provo City Code to clarify the duty to keep a proper lookout, presented by Assistant City Attorney Matthew Griffiths.
Hello,
Thank you for coming.
I try to be pretty quick on these. This first one should be fast. We have the current ordinance ups. Want that? It's too big. There we go. So this first one, that's our current ordinance 9.32.160. No person shall drive a vehicle on the public streets without keeping a reasonable and proper lookout for other traffic objects, fixtures, or property thereon or adjacent to. It's there too. This code section is here, I think, as sort of a catch-all for traffic accidents. A lot of times police officers are not there for the accident. They don't know exactly what law was violated. So this is sort of a thing where we see a vehicle that crashed into a mailbox or something else, that person can be charged with this, even if we don't know exactly what they did before then. The amendment that we're proposing to make here, the new version right here. Oh, do you guys? Yeah.
It's the fire truck.
Yeah. Okay, so they're in blue. The main difference in the new version of this is that we changed it to an infraction. This used to be a Class B misdemeanor, which seemed to us a little absurd, given that it's similar to speeding, running a red light, other things that are considered infractions. So we changed this to an infraction so that it wouldn't be on the same level as DUI, reckless driving, because this is, again, a minor traffic infraction. Part one, I think, is just a rewording of the other one in more modern language, consistent with Brian's style guide suggestions. And so that's what we've got. Any questions on that one? I'm here on the next one as well.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, you're presenting also on the criminal offense of battery.
Correct.
Thank you, Dave, for Matthew.
This one might require a little bit more discussion.
Okay.
So the original version of this code section, battery, states a battery is any willful and unlawful use of force or violence upon the person of another. It shall be unlawful for any person to commit a battery within the city limits. Well, the initial problem with this section as it currently reads is that it duplicates essentially the Utah code assault statute. So the Utah code assault wording is an actor commits assault if the actor attempts with unlawful force or violence to inflict bodily injury, or commits an act with unlawful force or violence that causes bodily injury or creates a substantial risk of bodily injury. And so we couldn't really think of any crime where battery would apply, where assault wouldn't also apply, and thus by law, the state statute supersedes this one. And so this one is kind of superfluous. And so we wanted to remove it. However, we were aware that there were battery statutes, ordinances in other cities that were worded a little differently. And so we have a new proposed version of the battery ordinance, which is a little different. It doesn't require any force or violence, but it talks about making offensive or provoking contact with another person without consent or legal justification. And that means unwanted physical contact that is reasonably likely to cause a frontal alarm to the person touched. So this came up because we've had a couple of cases recently in our justice court. I can't go into too much detail on these, because I think a couple of them were still open, but we've got, for example, somebody's niece over visiting, 13-year-old niece, a neighbor who is in his 20s comes over and plays with the kids, including the niece. He grabs her and kisses her on the lips. That is something that happened. It was reported to police. Police officer could not think of anything to charge at that time other than disorderly conduct, which is an infraction. Same level as the improper lookout and speeding that we talked about earlier, but seemed to the victim's mother and frankly to us that this should be something a little bit more than that, but we don't really have anything fits that in state code or city code right now. We had another recent incident where we have an assisted living home, 16-year-old employee had just started there recently. She gets called over to a resident's room. The resident pulls her towards him and kisses her on the lips. He's an older guy, she's 16 years old. So this kind of thing, I wouldn't say it's common, but it happens enough from time to time that it's starting to become a concern, and there's not really a statute or ordinance that fits. Yeah.
I get the intent, and I even Brian like this, but like I have an autistic son, there's some people don't like hugging or things like that.
Sure.
Is that gonna fall underneath this?
So the reason that we crafted it to have both a consent element and a reasonableness element is that we think, and officers are gonna recognize this as well, I believe. Police are gone now, I guess, but there is a big difference between hugging, especially with an adult or even a kid, and this kind of behavior that I described. And so with this version of the battery ordinance, we would have to have both an officer and a prosecutor think that this goes over the bounds to be able to be charged, right? And so I don't see that happening with just a hug or a pat on the back or something like that. It would need to be something a little bit more egregious. So that's the idea behind this. It's not meant to say that if two people are on a date and somebody kisses the other person that automatically that's a crime. It's gonna be more of a situation like I was talking about, right?
A huge age gap or.
Yeah, big age gap or a completely inappropriate situation, something that takes the other person completely by surprise. They're not on a date, they're not even eligible to be dating. This kind of thing gives more flexibility to police and to prosecutors. And so I think that that's the intent of this, yeah.
So it looks like this is always in the context of physical contact.
Correct.
Is there any way it's just in the sense of like offensive language or an unwanted comment?
The way that we have.
I mean, look,
worded
it says clearly physical contact. Could it be misconstrued?
No, I don't think so. It's funny, sorry, Matt, one of the interesting things that I thought was interesting when you first year of law school is, if you've watched a lot of police shows, you hear this phrase assault and battery all the time, right? And we think that assaulting somebody is hitting somebody, but in the history of common law, assault is threatening someone and battery is touching them, right? The weird thing though is that phrase has evolved over time like language does. So Utah's assault statute involves hitting somebody, not even though assault historically was just threatening, right? So anyway, that's a long history lesson just that I thought is interesting. But so this battery though is only about touching, and that's the only thing that would meet it. While I guess got the floor, one of the things I said to Becky was in response to her question that she emailed me is, it's not, you need to read that subsection too, not just the phrase unwanted physical contact, but the rest of it too, that is reasonably likely to cause affront. And that's actually a legal standard that invokes what's called the reasonable person standard. And so what that means is it's only a crime if it's determined that a reasonable person in the same circumstances would actually find it to be offensive. It's not just that the person that it happened to finds it offensive because they're overly sensitive. That makes sense?
Right, thank you. So if this were to, for example, go to a jury trial, the jury would need to find that they reasonably think that this is offensive content. And by the way, this is not a unique brand new ordinance. This is in existence in other places. West Valley City has a similar one. We have other states, several states have it. Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, New Mexico, West Virginia are all states that we found that have similar language where we have offensive provoking contact, which is unwanted physical contact. So thank you. Yes.
Going back to this question in your comment about assault, is there any kind of law that protects you from somebody threatening you?
Yes.
We
We do
have,
have separate statutes about threat of violence. For lots of things like that.
So
So
what the original definition of assault would be?
so it's weird that in Utah, it's kind of more to where what currently is called assault historically was called battery. And what used to be called assault is now called threats. Right, which makes more sense probably to most lay people, right? If you don't know the history, that actually sounds more like what most people think that those words mean, but it's different than the historical meaning.
Oh, this is a threat.
I'm reporting it again. I'll also say, just because it was kind of interesting, there's actually a fairly recent state statute that would apply, that comes close to applying to the circumstances that that Matt described, but for whatever reason, when the state legislature passed it, it only applies to unwanted kissing with tongue. If there's no tongue, it doesn't apply.
right. So that one, yeah. State one is a class A misdemeanor. This would be a B, so it seems to fit within the framework, right? State one doesn't cover the incidents that I described because there's no allegations of tongue. But these ones have no tongue. But it could also apply to non-kissing stuff, right? You can think of other gross things, licking or something like that. Right? Sorry, we have deranged mind as prosecutors. Yeah, well, yeah, it would be tough to prove, I think. Sure. Anyway, that's kind of the reason that we wanted to make this change. First of all, it's duplicative of the assault statute right now. And then second of all, it'll cover these additional situations that are not covered right now.
So Matthew, these two items will come to our agenda in 2 weeks.
They're proposed for the next meeting.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Matt.
Next, we have 3 budget presentations by the council office, second by legal, and third by human resources. So we'll hear first from Justin Harrison, Council Executive Director.
Righty, thanks so much. I will try to make this quick and make up some time. I think there will be no mention of dogs. Yeah.
There just was.
Or tongues.
There just
I don't know
was.
how you got that in there, man. That was impressive. Okay, while Kevin's pulling that up, I know there was quite a bit of background information in your packets. I'm not gonna go through everything. Really just want to take some time to go over kind of what the council office personnel and what our personnel budget looks like, our payroll budget and our operating budget. And then go through some of those questions that were circulated with council members and then have been given subsequently to departments that are included in that larger report. Real quick. There you go. Thanks, Kevin. So yes, there'll be a quiz after to see who read the full report. There are gifts. I can't tell you what they are.
They better be good.
They're probably circus animal cookies.
Better not be that.
The council payroll budget. So just kind of looking bigger picture as the city and as we start developing budgets for FY2026, the council office as a department and as a budget is fairly small, smallest in the city. We've got 6 full-time employees, 8 part-time employees, and including council members. I know you all get paid very handsomely for your volunteer work. We count you as part-time employees. So that's all included in our payroll budget. So that's salaries, benefits, overtime, all those typical things that you would see in a payroll budget. And that is just over 73% of our entire budget in the council office. So vast majority goes to personnel. As far as operating budget, so this is our budget that comprises the majority of the rest of our full council budget. It's roughly 25%. This goes to things like contract services, including it pays for our annual audit. It's probably the biggest line item. We do have a budget for outside counsel in the event that one day we just end up hating Brian. We really need someone else. That's there. It's not typically used. It's typically rolled back into the general fund. 50% of that is carried over to the next fiscal year, so that there's only a small portion that's funded each year. And I actually, in looking through prior budgets, I don't know the last time that that's actually been used. Another fairly large portion of that operating budget is for matching grants through the neighborhood district program. If you'll remember last year, the council voted to increase that amount to $7,500 per district, and that was put into city code. We've also got a printing budget, a line item for public relations. This does a lot of our outside community event type work. And then lastly, we've got a small software budget. And this is a place that we do see an opportunity to provide a budget efficiency this year. Some of you may be familiar with Open City Hall. We wish it was used more, but it is used semi-regularly. But it's a fairly large price tag, over $12,000 a year we use on Open City Hall. But we see a way to integrate that into our new city website and eliminate that contract. So we're trying to find ways to be efficient and effective with those funds we've been given. The last portion of our budget is chargeback. So we've got a line item, roughly $37,000 for chargebacks that go to Travis spoke to this earlier, mostly to city for facilities needs, utility charges, et cetera. I'll go through a couple of the questions that the other departments have gone through, and you can read more detail in the budget report we provided, but we won't be submitting any supplemental requests this year. Last year, kind of went back and forth on if the additional monies for neighborhood matching grants was a supplemental. Was it just included because it's in city code? But that is there now. We've also looked into the the budget ordinance, so that'll now be included as a regular carryover, but generally agreed upon carryover for each year. Councilor Bogdan.
So is this a good time to bring up what they brought up in the neighborhood program training about rolling over the matching grant stuff to next year, taking whatever's left and then rolling it over so that they have a bigger pot the next year?
If you would like to do that, we can do it. Typically, we've rolled over, well, not typically. In the past, funds have been rolled over if there's an application in. If you'd like to roll them all over and create a different pot, Rachel and I have kind of talked internally about different opportunities for that of, do you split that up between districts? If, say, I don't want to call any out. So say District X didn't use their $7,500, do you roll it over and split it? So now each district has $10,000 as opposed to 75. Do you leave it for just them? Do you make it kind of a order the fly situation and let someone submit a second application? I don't know. There's lots of different opportunities for that. They don't necessarily have to be in the budget, but we can create a policy on that if you'd like. And give different opportunities for the neighborhoods to either do a second project or have a little larger project that they have matching grants for.
Is there even an appetite for that on the budget or in the council?
Well, I know that neighbors in some of the districts have said that the amount of grant money is too little to do a lot of the things that they'd like to do. And so I could see them wanting the opportunity to maybe use 2 years worth of funding at once. So I would consider that, but I'd want them to be deliberate, and I think we should probably put a cap on how many you can string together, because we want them to be doing projects regularly.
The other difficult part in that is, I think ideally, say you rolled over a year or two and you're up to $15,000 or 75 times 3. This is why I don't work in finance. So $21,000 or so, you've still got to have those matching grant service hours, and that becomes really difficult. So I think maintaining those service hours each year will be important, so it's not, okay, all of a sudden we've got 3 times the amount of service hours we've got to do in order to get that money.
Maybe at the end of this year, when we review the neighborhood district program with Rachel, we can consider
Rolling
those
that
kinds of
over.
changes.
Because right now, don't we use it or lose it?
So we roll it, what we really encourage them to do is get the application in, so that even if it's not, it's kind of this weird schedule, because you've got neighborhood district board leadership that is on a calendar year, and then we operate on a fiscal year from July to June. So you kind of split, and half their time is within a budget and one's within another. So we encourage them to get the application in so that we can roll that money over and then allocate it once that project's done. Because when they come in to fill their chair or vice chair role, we're 6 months into the fiscal year, they may have already had a project, they may not have, and so they're scrambling to get them together. So that's what we've done, but we can definitely come back with some proposals for doing that and plan on.
But I mean, right now, whatever they don't use by June 30th goes back into the general fund pot. And then we get rebudgeted and everything. Instead of just holding on to that money and keeping it as a rollover, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I was more.
Yeah, let's keep it. I like your idea.
We plan on that.
Let's keep it. Do we need a vote on that or do we need to wait?
Let's take it up when we do our district program year in review and see about.
And you're gonna miss the Jen.
Well,
we can
what we plan to
correspond.
do is put that in the budget ordinance as a historically agreed upon carryover, and so it'll just carry it.
Yeah, okay.
You've made that pretty much clear, so.
And then you brought up a point about how the leadership change doesn't happen. Maybe we should look at that.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there consensus on that? Do we need to take a vote on that to tell them that? And bring it back and see how that would affect the program? Having the leadership change be more in the summer than in January 1st. That way it more corresponds with what he was saying and solving that problem with the matching grant.
We'll bring it back. We've got a list of things. Also, to speak to fees, the council office doesn't have any fees per se, nothing we charge, but we've worked very closely at the council's direction. There's been a very loud voice of capturing fees and bringing in full cost recovery so that the full cost of service is represented in our fees. And we work closely with administration and with John and Dan and finance and in administrative services team to audit the current fee schedule. And so we've provided that information. And as you can see, we've asked departments that as they're presenting their budgets to talk about those fees that they're going to bring back in the fee schedule to offset what may be subsidizing a fee. And who knows, there may be fees that are too high that they need to bring lower. Yeah, at least not many. So we don't have any fees directly, but that's what we've been working through. And then we haven't brought any appropriations during the current fiscal year that have been outside of the budget. Real quickly, last couple of slides. I won't read through these. These are listed in the report as well, but just wanted to remind all of you of some of the big accomplishments that the council has undertaken this year, from financial projects, specifically at the audit committee, passing the FY2025 budget. We're doing the fee study, a lot of policy regarding housing, including housing summit that was very successful, to different infrastructure projects that you all fund throughout the city. So it's hard to look at all that's been done in a year. We kind of forget, but
I'm sure this is just one of several pages, Justin.
And then last, a quick reminder on the budget priorities that you all adopted in February. So as part of the backup material, again, there were two letters. One, just for your reference, that was sent to departments regarding budget presentations, and then the second that was sent to the administration and departments, mobilizing your FY2026 budget presentations. So if you have any questions, please let me know. It's good. You don't have them now. Call or text me later.
Okay, thank you, Justin. Thanks. Appreciate the report. Ryan.
Just glad to know that we didn't do nothing last year.
Wow.
Sure seemed like we were doing stuff.
Next year, if it says status quo, you know something's wrong.
Chair Garrett, members of the council, great to be here today to present on our budget. As Justin's, a lot of ours information is similar to Justin's. We're pretty small. And we try to do a lot. You recently saw our annual report. We handled over 2,000 cases last year, 10,000 court appearances. If you count each time those cases showed up in court, over 100 code enforcement cases, 70 to 80 claims against the city, around 10 lawsuits at a time going on. So we do a lot of work. We've got a fairly small and streamlined staff. We have 14 FTEs. Similar to Justin, I guess I'll skip ahead to this slide just to put the number up there. Our discretionary operating budget is 4% of our budget. In fact, one of the things you may have noticed in the report, it's not a new program, but one of the interesting charts on that report is the claims recovery chart, which is where we actually reverse claims. Instead of this people filing claims against us, we pursue claims against people that have damaged city property. And it's not a new program, but taking Councillor Christensen's word, I'd say we reimagined that program with a new, especially with a new employee that came in and took over, and she brought in $95,000 last year, which is basically our entire operating budget. You go. So that's been helpful. As you can see from these slides, as I normally show, our budget has been flat for quite a while, other than adding in some software and computers. All downhill for inflation. That's how things go. So with regard to the questions, we don't have any supplementals that we're requesting this year. I did comment in the report that we asked for a supplemental the last 2 years for our computer budget. We're not asking this year, not because the need has gone away. We still, I mean, the amount budgeted is still not enough to actually do the replacement every 4 years, which is a year behind recommendation anyway. But at least for now, we've managed to, in our software budget, we have some state grants that are helping with our software budget. And so we've found places within the existing budget to kind of make up the difference. So we're not planning to make the request. Eventually it'll probably come back because it's just an ongoing cost that we have to replace those. Go ahead. Yes, Councilor Parker.
So where's all the money going that you're collecting from damaged property?
That goes into the general fund. So we actually bring in a lot of money because we bring in the claims recovery, and at least depends on who you could ask John this. It depends on who you give credit for all of the money brought in by the Justice Court. But we're integrally involved in that too, but that all goes to the general fund. So we work on a lot. None of it comes back to us. We don't have any specific fees.
Shouldn't you be like energy and get 11% kickback?
I'd love that. Now we do, we are treated as a chargeback department. So we allocate our services to all of the other departments during the year. And they I'm sure are excited to pay a charge, have a chargeback show up in their budget for the legal services.
Does the energy do the same thing?
Yes, yep.
The 11% transfer?
They're an enterprise fund though. They've got customers paying the fee, right? We think we provide good value for service. I did a quick back of the napkin calculation as I was sitting there, and I may regret saying this later, but you know, Rachel could probably give you a better idea. I know that in my experience, well, let me back up and say this. I had a recent conversation with somebody who was saying, how does a small city decide when they switch from contracting out their legal services to having an in-house attorney? And the really obvious, easy question is, as soon as you're paying more money for your contract than it would be to have somebody, then you should have somebody. Well, you know, outside attorneys are charging $250, $300 an hour on the low end, up to $2,500 to $3,000 an hour on the high end. Not very much here, but you know, $400 to $700 is a lot of what I see on bills I'm paying. So our budget works out to about $1,000 an hour for the entire staff and overhead for the city, which seems like a pretty good deal compared to those kind of things, those outside numbers. So let's see, questions. I talked about the supplemental. The other thing that's, and again, I said this last year, I leave this graph in the slide knowing that it's meaningless to everybody but me, but I spent so much time on it 3 years ago, I can't stand to take it out. So this is the simplified version that I came up with for everybody else. This just shows that our staff has been fairly flat for 30 years. We've had 2 increases during that time, and both of those were when we took on additional tasks like the council and risk management. But as I've noted in my report, I do see that reaching a pressure point in the future. It's not this year, but in the interest of long-term planning and thinking about meeting the city goals, we're involved in almost everything that the city does. Our whole objective is to serve all the departments of the city and help them do everything that they do. And workloads have been increasing. We've tried to get efficiency through software and other things, and it's been working. It's helped us delay increases for longer than otherwise, but just kind of to put it on the record, at some point, I think we're going to have a place where either our level of service is going to suffer, but not there yet. And I think that's all that I had. This is I threw this in here into the slide, so just so you know, so this is a very summarized list of all of the things that we work on and how the attorneys are assigned out to them, as well as our support staff. Any questions?
Nice work, Brian.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's really Brian.
I think you need to solicit the council to give you 11%.
Daniel. All right, I'll second that.
With the eat what you kill situation.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I saw that graph on a t-shirt for Mesa, Arizona.
Looks like Escalante.
Yeah. Thank you for having me this afternoon. I submitted our written budget for the report for the council. I'm hoping that you all have that. Essentially, I just want to talk a little bit about what we do. HR has our operating budget similar to legal and council is primarily employee heavy. We have 8 full-time employees and 1 part-time that make up at least half of our operating budget. Our function in HR is many. I created a list, but essentially we process the bi-weekly payroll. We oversee our recruitment and onboarding process. We maintain our employee benefits and compensation programs, training curriculums, record management. One of the areas I'm super proud of the advancement that we've been doing. When we were over in the old building, we had a whole basement full of records that we've been managed to digitize and get rid of. We also maintain and ensure compliance with personnel policies, accident reporting, and employee relations issues. We have 2 main budgets that I oversee that are in support of those, primarily in recruitment and onboarding. When employees come, we have new hires, we are doing background checks, we're doing drug screens, we're overseeing the entire recruitment process and testing process. our primary operating budgets also deal with things like service awards, community incentives, EAP, wellness, and then our software support. Our two largest line items are variables. They are dealing with workers' compensation, which is based on how many employees we have, how much we're paying them, and how much of a risk that they are. This is a joint effort that we do with administrative services, particularly Dan Follett, with Matt Griffiths and legal. One of the things that we're proud of in the last couple of years is our utilization, our EMOD is what it's called, has gone significantly down, which saves the city, hundreds of thousands of dollars in premiums annually. Used to be above 1 and is now at 0.85, which anything below 1 is a win for the city. And the other one is our unemployment costs. As employees turnover, they leave, they may file for unemployment, and that varies from year to year. As far as the council's budget questions, this is where we're going to make up a lot of time. The answer to basically 1 through 6 is we feel like we are funded appropriately. We do not have any supplemental requests. We don't feel like we are missing out on being able to provide the services that we have. Our budget's been largely flat for years, the entire time I've been here. We don't have department fees. We are a chargeback department as well, which is good because you don't want to not want to pay the fee when you come to HR. So we want you to come to us, and we don't want a fee standing in the way. As far as requests that increase operations and maintenance costs or current budget constraints, we don't have any. See what they have. As far as the 7th question about our current performance measures, these are the main things that we track. We want to make sure primarily that we're providing an accurate, timely payroll, which we do consistently 100% of the time. We do maintain our employee essentials training. And actually, this is a shout out to the council. We changed how we track these based on my visit here last year. We used to track how many courses that we went through for our employees essentials training. It was brought up to our attention, and I fully agree that it's better to track what is our percent of compliance. So with our employees essentials training, employees have 3 months when they're hired to go through them, and then they have to do them every 3 years. And so if they do not, the thing that we use to make sure that they do it, which we're at 95%, which shows that it works really, really well, is if you don't have your employees essentials training done, you are not eligible for your merit raise, and you do not get it retroactively. So there is a large push for people to get their training done before their merit raise is done, or it's due. So obviously there's a little bit, if your training is due right after your merit raise, we have a little bit of a lag, but we follow that. So 95% is a really good number for us. We also look at turnover in the city. Our goal is to maintain a stable workforce. We are trending a little high right now from where we've been historically. Historically, we've been around 9%. We're at 13.7%. A large part of that has to do with some actions initiated by the city, though, where we've helped employees move on to other opportunities that we feel are the benefit for the city. That's why. The one that I do track a lot more carefully is why people leave for other employment. And actually, we're trending low. Our goal is always to be around 5% of the turnover leaving for unemployment. And right now, we're actually trending below. It was 5.8 last year, 2.7% this year. We also tried to provide timely recruitment. And this is we track from the time that the position closes to the time that we extend our first offer. So in between all of that time, we shoot a goal for just over 2 weeks. And that is time to go through all the applications, invite all of them, hold interviews, hold any testing process, go through any secondary testing, and then we extend an offer to the candidate. And so we're tracking at just under 3 weeks for that entire process. We think we're trying to do better than that. And then obviously the last two are updating your job descriptions within a 5-year plan. That's a constant thing because as we update some, others drop off outside of that 5-year. So we're running about 76%, which is an improvement over last year.
our staff. I think in the last year's updated like 150 of them. So it's a constant struggle to keep those current. And then last is our wellness plan, trying to increase our participation in that. As far as key accomplishments over the last year, there's some that we do every year. The annual grade study. We implemented a COLA last year, processed all of our annual merit raises. Some of the ones I want to just point out, other than the norm, are we revamped our employee onboarding process to increase our efficiency and compliance, and that's gone really well. It's helped us increase and make sure people are doing their training and not working before they're legally able to. We did our open enrollment for all our benefit employees, including changing some of our vendors so that they can get better benefits at a lower cost. Decreased our workers' comp, which I've already said. Developed 4 new training courses to assist supervisors in Workday. That's part of our long-term goal to help train supervisors and get them better equipped to do their jobs. And then a couple of the other ones, as I've mentioned, is this long-term plan to try and digitize all of our records so that we can get rid of the dusty, moldy records from 1920s and stuff. So are there any questions about our budget? Yeah.
Your wellness plan, you want to get to 400. What percentage of our employees would that be?
That would be about 2/3 of our full-time employees.
And only full-time employees are eligible to participate in those?
Yes, the intent of the wellness plan is to encourage healthy behavior that affects those that are on our medical plans. So which would be our full-time employees. We've actually created a new, the reason why that number is jumping so high, typically this is our maintain don't gain program over the holidays and winter, but we've created a kind of a warm weather program over the course of the summer months to encourage people to get out and to take some good healthy choices. So that's why we're hoping that that number increases so drastically.
I always see the emails and I'm like, well, it's not for me.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for the presentation. Before we turn to Public Works, just a quick check on the time. It's 4:10. We have 2 smaller items left. Public Works and then something with the RDA. Kelsey is here also. We have the capital improvement plan report. She has offered to have us continue that in 2 weeks. It's a longer presentation. We don't have a closed session. So we could go a little bit longer, maybe closer to 5 o'clock and still have time to break before council. What's your preference?
Personally, wouldn't mind having a little more time. I felt like the capital improvement part of the document was the biggest and the one that I regretted not having more time to look at more carefully, but maybe others got through it more carefully than I did, and you want to go ahead, that's fine too. I wouldn't mind having that extra time.
I forget what I have pictures
Well, that-
here if we do continue it.
Sure. Garrett, we've got a number of department directors here. Maybe if you want to split that and give some time for questions now and also invite them back next time for a.
Okay,
If you have
let's do
some
that.
more review.
Okay, let's do that. So next we'll hear from Jimmy McKnight. This is a resolution appropriating $30,780,907 funded by the issuance of revenue bonds in the wastewater fund for water reclamation plan.
So this is a kind of a follow-up to some presentations we did at the end of last calendar year. I think around November, we received approval from council to issue revenue bonds for improvements at the sewer treatment plant. In January, we had a sale of this bonds on through our municipal advisor and with help from our bond council. We received 14 bids, with a low bid of 3.75% interest. Just the high bid was 3.86. The principal amount of the loan, which we will be paying back, is $29 million. The purpose of this presentation is to come back and report on the results of this and to ask for a resolution appropriating the money that resulted from the bond sale, which is $780,907. So this is, we're asking to come back in 2 weeks for a resolution appropriating this money so it can be spent for construction. It's just kind of the last step now that we know the amount. We don't want to wait until July 1st to spend it. We want to get going on those improvements. So that's why we're asking for it now during the middle of the budget year. Got other wastewater staff, public works staff. If you have any other questions?
Go. Any questions for Public Works? Great.
I say as soon as we've got the money, let's go ahead and spend that because the cost of concrete are not going down.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. Unless Jimmy knows a guy.
Do you know a guy?
He knows lots of guys.
A great song.
I know it.
All right, next we'll move to a presentation on the fiscal year 2026 capital equipment plan report presented by Kelsey Zarbach, our budget officer.
Okay. I had a few slides, but they were just more introduction to formatting for the CIP report, which you all had it for 2 weeks, so we can probably skip that. There were 4 projects that were eligible for contributions for the arts. And so just so you're aware, those will go to the Arts Council for review and they can coordinate with departments on whether those projects will have built-in art or if the projects will contribute a percentage of their construction budget to the Arts Council for allocation to other arts projects in the city. So that's basically all I have to say. Yes, question?
Can we get like a printout of where they've spent that money in?
There really hasn't been any money. Like I think last year there were 2 really small projects that were eligible, and I would need to check with Parks and Rec to see what happened with the Arts Council's decision on that. This is the first year we've had a few more projects, but even then, I think the total was only about $34,000 that would go with the arts programs. That's not, so I'm not crazy. Okay, that's
Well,
good.
and I had a question about that too, because where we're getting new traffic lights, like new roundabouts, I thought that by reading the code on the arts, that those would qualify for the percent for the arts.
Malia has her hand up.
Yes, except that when we wrote the code, it said things that weren't already currently planned within the CIP. So that was kind of a compromise that we made when we drafted the code and adopted it, that things that were already planned in the CIP would not be eligible. So it's all new stuff. So in like 3 or 4 years, there's gonna be a lot of projects because they're all new since the time of passage of that code.
Okay.
So in a couple years, it will be a lot, but right now we're still kind of working through things that were already planned at the time that code was passed.
So just because it says new project or significantly changed from previous years, doesn't mean that it should automatically qualify for it?
There are some, like we look at revenue sources too, because if there's a restricted revenue source for a project like grants or bonds or impact fees, then those projects wouldn't be able to contribute to another art project. And then also it's like looking at like any new construction budget. So there are a few different components that are going into it. But as Malia said, we only had like a couple projects last year that qualified. This year we saw 4 and like we're just expecting that there will be more.
Yeah.
So.
Certainly something like the roundabout by Rock Canyon Park would be really lovely to have some sort of an artistic element incorporated into that design. Like you've got a central round thing, right? So.
And I'm not sure when that project made it onto the CIP, but I think it was before the code was.
I don't know when
adopted. We can double check on that, but that might be why that project.
So maybe have engineers talk to parks so that it ends up being pretty.
Are you saying that engineers can't make something
Wow.
You put the right people in the room is what I'm telling you.
I'm thinking she wants a pink, guys.
Not pink and Hello Kitty. But you know what I mean, right? Some flair.
When that shows up, we'll make sure it has flair.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. Thank you for.
Yeah, no, they're good questions. So unless there's any other questions for me just about the general report, we have the directors here that can answer questions about specific projects as you had gone through the CIP. So yes, I guess we can start with that.
Courtney, I think you're up. I think you're all of my questions here. I guess the first one that's the most important to me are the sidewalks on 6 South from 1100 west to 1600. I guess this one just says to 1400. Is there one that says to 1600 west?
So 1,600 was last year's budget and that's out to bid, so that'll be.
So that's what I'm most concerned about. So we are gonna give them what we promised them, 1400
Yeah,
west.
that was last year's budget, so yes.
And then around the corner of 1600 to that messed up whatever. And we're gonna go
Right in front of that development that will be, all that will be.
And we're gonna put the road back so that
Yes, all the
there's
asphalt,
not like a
curb gutter,
huge
sidewalk.
gap falling off into the dirt. Okay,
No more children falling off.
yeah, we don't want children falling off into the dirt. That's not happy.
Oh, they're still gonna go in the dirt.
So much fun.
West side sewer lines. There's a couple of them that there's a picture in. Number just WWCR, wastewater. It's got this cool little pink line, Gary, help me out here. Let's see some
So-
bad. It's covered by an open Microsoft Office. It's like 90.
Up here. How about Nina?
Yeah.
95.
Is this it, Becky?
Yeah, that cool little purple line right there. Explain, and it's on the next page too, right?
So, yeah, I can explain that. So, as part of the airport expansion, they need a sewer line. And so the BYU properties there, we've been working with them in easement. And so, as part of Brian's expansion of the airport, that sewer line needs to be put in across that property and brought over to the airport.
So we're bringing it up on 550 south.
So I believe this is the last part of it that we need to install, just that section. The rest of that is in. So this piece in, we just need to get that piece. That's what we're talking about being done next year. Or is part of the associated project with the airport expansion. Is that what you're asking, or?
Yeah, I'm asking what that is and. Okay, and so that's where the road will eventually go, right?
Yeah, there will be an eventual road. So right now there's a road across the park. This is a little bit skewed the way it looks to me, but the park property is, I believe, right here. So it's already crossed the park property. We've stepped it onto the BYU property. It's already crossed Lakeview Parkway. We have 2 manholes just connecting the two. The unfortunate thing about that pipe needs to be about 24, 25 feet deep through there, but the BYU has agreed to give us the easement, and again, that's part of that project that will start when the airport expansion starts.
And Gary, really, you're tearing up Fifth West from.
Gary's not here. He
left me?
was. He had, but I will speak for him.
We're really tearing up Fifth West from, that one on here, from 1560 south to 920 south.
Was that included in this year's budget? I don't think that project was.
So I believe it's 25-26. Estimated cost, still open Microsoft 360 Office is covering the page
So-
number.
So there is a project that's happening where they need to go underneath the railroad tracks with the sewer line. They're working with this, with the storm drain. Both projects are putting a piece underneath the railroad tracks right there.
That's the fallout, right? The Franklin fallout.
Yeah, and this storm drain project's coming in through here. We put in that sidewalk last year.
But that's 1100. This is Fifth West.
Oh, Fifth West.
And it's from 1560 south, so it's from Cobble Road all the way up to 920, which is the light.
Where's that section?
That's my neighborhood. That's not on this map. It's one, but it's
Do you have a map showing the Fifth West project?
I threw it over page and we could. There's
That's Microsoft Office, but it's capital improvements plan, water, Gary Calder, Lakewood, Franklin South.
The job ID and
What page number?
New, job ID number's new.
this one.
Water fund.
12-inch, 3,200 feet.
Page 107, that's for the water.
Area color description and justification, installation, new water line to increase system capacity in this section of the city.
Are we talking about the section by 2000 north? 'Cause I know that's,
2025, 2026 impact fees, $843,636. New year budget, $356,000. Total of $1,200,000.
so I, here. That one, there's.
That looks right.
Page 121.
I don't know, it says open Microsoft.
Oh,
360 Office.
Franklin through there, okay. So there is a project anticipated to try to increase the water pressure through that area. That project, I believe it was more than that. So that, yes, that's what that's intended. There was to increase the pipe size so that we had higher water pressure through there. Right now, it's in the summer, it gets below fire pressure allocations. We need to get pressure up through there.
Okay, thank you. Has nothing to do with the Walmart or anything.
Oh, no, this has nothing to do with Walmart. This is strictly with the residents because of the low pressure. That's there.
They told me there's low pressure and they come out and check it and tell me it's fine, so. at
Well,
least now I
so
know
let
it's-
me back up. It meets minimum standards, but during peak flows, it can get below and it gets people, it's real problematic areas. So we have to manage that very closely.
And then my last question, Carterville storm drain fallout.
Yes.
Is that going to provide storm drain down 2,000 north? And when will that happen? Is it summer 2025?
So right now they are planning that. And this is where we gotta go across the railroad tracks with the storm drain to make that.
Up that far north?
Yes, up at 2,000.
And so they should have at least curb and gutter sometime this summer, or will it be later?
Are you talking about the curb and gutter on 2,000 north, right there on west of Geneva Road?
No, Carterville Road, we're completely different part of the city. We're back to those
I
emails.
don't
that I
believe
sent
they
you
have
last
curb
week.
gutter planned over part of the road. I think we're just getting the storm drain in.
1,700 north to 2,500 north between Carterville Road and State Street. This area has minimal to no storm drain infrastructure. This project plans to install a main trunk line down
Right.
Carterville Road.
So that storm drain does not include curb and gutters, just installing storm drain, just storm drain. fence.
So they should expect at least a partial of these east-west roads to be tore up starting this summer.
Right, this one, I believe, is going to be not started until all the funding has been put together for this. So it won't be a this year project. We're just banking to get it together to get enough money to do the project.
Okay, so that could be in 5 or 6 or 7 years.
It could be, if we don't rob Peter to pay Paul, it could be sooner, but yes, if we rob it. Again, but yes, right now we're banking the money to do.
So the one in the existing CIP that we got today, Carterville storm drain outfall. And it says, current progress, this project was awarded to Cody Ecker Construction. Construction for the project is anticipated to start mid-June, beginning of July.
Right, so
Is that
Carterville,
different?
I believe that is different. Is this the same name?
We have Carterville storm drain outfall.
This is probably associated with it. So I know part of it is getting across the railroad tracks down further. They had to, it's a very long system. The Carterville area, we are under a court ruling that we needed to get this storm drain in because there was some flooding that had taken place in the past. So this is one that we're getting all that put together.
So we've got a section done this year and then we're saving up to new sections in the next 5 to 7 years.
That looks like just 3 years. It's the pipes.
I'm not gonna give them a 3-year deadline because then I'm promising something that I can't.
No,
promise.
yeah, we're not asking you to give any promises. We'll just give them the budget and as it changes, we'll adjust to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I had one question, Gordon. Looking at. There are numbers on here or something?
Page number?
It's on page number 33.
It's the city match for UDOT raise grant to install bike and pedestrian facilities along University Avenue from Center Street to 800 North, 200 East from Center Street to 600 South. The improvements consist primarily of active transportation safety improvements, primarily at intersections. What I'm just sure I am not knowing how to read it.
No, so what's happened?
I see no grant money. All I see is taxes.
Right, so what this is 2, 3 years ago, we filled it, we worked with an application with MAG, with UDOT to get a raised grant to do some work on Second East and University. That money is supposed to come in this year, but the city is required to come up with a $1.2 million match for those funds. And so we're just allocating that fund, so when those come in, we can provide those funds.
When does the match come?
Technically now, but there's a discussion because some things are happening in Washington that may make that not happen. So,
So if it doesn't come, we're not doing it.
right, yeah, this is just to match if the funds come. So it's a 20% match on the $5 million.
That's a good deal. All right, thank you.
Hey, Gordon, I was just wondering if somebody could walk, go down and walk the Independence connection with me. You know, Independence gonna connect up through 2200 west or whatever. Just want to get comfortable. Sometimes seeing it can.
No, I think that would be good to have to do a walkthrough. There is a little question about where that ends. We're doing Vern is here, working with Orem, we're doing a joint study.
Maybe when it's not so muddy and, you know.
No, we're gonna do it when it's muddy. No.
This river food.
I'm just saying no rush.
Yeah, there's a couple places Orem hasn't determined where they'd like to have that tie in. Oh, and so he's doing a study with them to make sure we line it up. So through Provo, we're pretty certain of the alignment. We bought some right away at the end of it, so we're just waiting.
Can we actually pull that one up? Cause I did have a question on that, and that's probably what you're talking about. I don't remember which one it is, but you could search Independence on the PDF and it'll pull up. I don't remember what page
Can
it
you
is.
pull the GIS map or just Google or
Well,
city?
the question was on what was drawn on the actual PDF, so I wanted to see the PDF.
I think we just drew an alignment through Provo, came along I-15 and then just swooped in, but I don't.
Yeah, it was actually where it connected.
So what would be a keyword I can look up?
Independence.
Oh, man, that's spelling Independence. Spelled it wrong, guys.
Dents, D-E-N-S, N-D-P-E-N.
The fourth project down on that list.
E-N-C-E, I think.
Do you have these memories, Jimmy?
No, I just.
There we go.
Okay, so yeah,
One,
You're younger than I am.
you see how it goes? I was trying to figure out, bring it down a little bit. I was trying to figure out. Go ahead and bring it down for me. All right, well, in any case, I need it down, actually. I need to show them. I need it down, yeah. See where this connects?
Yeah.
What is that?
So.
Because there's a neighborhood there.
Yeah.
And there's no road.
So right now, we're looking at here, there's a couple locations, and again, we don't know where it's gonna end, so that part of the
Okay.
drawing's incorrect.
Okay, so that drawing is just like, it's gonna go up somewhere.
Yeah, we're waiting, so that's what the study's to do is, so we did purchase this piece of property right here, we own this.
Okay, where Wayne lives?
So there's a house here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all city property, so we don't know where it's gonna go, the leftover property will turn into detention and some open space, but.
Vern has.
Vern can tell you.
Correct you.
No, that's the old railroad right of way. That's why it still exists on the map. It's 'cause that's the old Bamberger line that went up into Orem.
Really?
So Independence Avenue, I'm meeting with Orem City tomorrow. We got some money from MAG to do a modeling study of where Independence Avenue should come in. There's basically 3 alternatives that we'll look at. And so that's kind of that study.
Yeah, once you figure it out, if you wouldn't mind just coming down there and we can walk through it so I can visualize. Thanks.
But we're more than happy, we own most of the right of way through. There's probably little pieces, there's some retaining walls we have to do, but we can walk with you. So just let us know when it works and we don't have to do it when it's muddy.
I don't think it's actually gonna disrupt too much. Once you get through the neighborhood, that actual part that's undeveloped probably won't disrupt too much, so.
We think it will add a good bypass that will help quite a bit with the circulation here in the city. So it's, again, we're not budgeting to build that yet. We're just doing the study now, and then we'll work on getting the funding once we know where it lands.
Another question for Vern. Did I see 3 new traffic signals proposed, Vern, or were there more? Did I miss any?
No, there's at least 3.
700 east and 800 north,
Yes.
300 north on 900 east and Timpview Drive.
The 300 north, 900 east is probably going to be relocated to a much higher need on Freedom Boulevard and 500 north. We have a traffic signal there, but we don't have any left turn lanes we have left turn lanes. We don't have any left turn signals by the rec center. And there's a high need for that because of our huge amount of active transportation traffic that goes to, pedestrians, bicyclists that go to the rec center.
Okay. Yeah, 900 east has become so covered in signals. And I can see the one on 800 north on 700 east.
Yeah, that's the primary.
Great need there. What about Timpview Drive?
So
What
the other
goes
one is,
into proposing and deciding when a signal is appropriate?
so we did a warrant study analysis for Timpview Drive and Quail Valley. It was interesting. It didn't necessarily meet a typical warrant for a traffic signal. But I have some video of when school gets out, both of the high school and Edgemont, that gives me grave concern. We need a traffic signal there for safety
And
reasons.
this could be exactly which intersection?
Quail Valley and Timpview Drive,
By that.
right there at the high school and Edgemont Elementary. It's an accident waiting to happen, so we need a safety improvement there, and that with a traffic signal.
Thank you. Other questions?
And then the Lakeview Parkway one too. The traffic signal,
I don't,
250 West Lakeview Parkway.
That one's for next year.
yeah,
That's
it'll be a
next year.
following year.
And
for
we'll
that one.
evaluate if that's necessary, but it's not a this year.
So if we're bumping one from this year in favor of the Freedom one, would that end up bumping the Lakeview one too?
The Lakeview one, we show it on the budget, but funded next year.
Right,
And
but if
so-
we're bumping a different one from this year, that may happen next year, are we like dominoing it?
No, that one we may not need to fund, and so we're holding off.
Okay.
And I disagree with the address. I don't think it's 250 West.
Pardon?
I don't think it's 250 West. I think it's like 400 West, isn't it?
Yeah, 350, somewhere in between 500 and, yeah, Lakeview.
I think I would dare say that it's 250 West is the freeway, but
We'll get the right address on it.
okay.
Other
Really?
questions today for department heads? And we also have the option of continuing to review this and then in 2 weeks inviting more questions.
Yeah, I would say if there's interest from the council in taking another 2 weeks to review the different projects, can always put this on again for another 30 minutes of discussion, invite directors back. As kind of a general reminder, this is the biggest part of the budget that you will approve. It is sometimes sexy, other times not, depending if you're talking about wastewater or parks, but it's also something that you, as a council, as a body, have the ability to put your stamp on and to make some recommendations that may be easier in some places and harder in others, because I think as you see, departments go to great lengths to find these matching funds, and sometimes they don't work for project X, but only for project Y. So we can always bring it back.
Yeah, I know there's not time, but I did have other questions, like the 600 South project, we're doing matching grants for this year, but haven't quite gotten yet. Or I don't see that we've actually put on the Walmart path, the Carterville one, and was that on there? We have the rights for that.
It's
Is that
unfunded, so.
Have we gotten the legal rights to do something there yet?
Yes.
It's a heavy sigh.
Well, I didn't want to go into long explanation. Yes,
Okay.
short answer.
Yeah, and then I have several parks questions because Doug's my favorite, but I can save them.
Sounds good.
You wanna save it for
Oh, yeah.
2 weeks? Okay.
It's,
Doug, are you around in 2 weeks?
I just want to see you again, right?
Doug's always here.
Okay, great. And then if we have specific questions, we can forward to Justin. He'll know which department heads to invite to the session in 2 weeks. Thank you. If there's no objection, then we'll now adjourn the Provo Council meeting and convene the RDA governing board by unanimous consent.
All right, so for RDA business, we have item number 15, a resolution approving a services agreement between the RDA and Provo City. So this will be presented by Brian Jones, our city attorney.
Thank you, Chair Whipple. I think this will be a pretty brief conversation. We previously had a discussion quite some time ago, actually, when we were talking about RDA bylaws and some other RDA cleanups about the need for the RDA and the city as two separate legal entities to have an agreement between the two of them about what services are provided to the agency by the city. The previous version of that agreement did not actually need board or council approval because it didn't involve any expenditures of funds. It just kind of laid out and documented that city provided meeting space and some employee support and some accounting for the agency, et cetera, and did so in exchange for the benefits received by the city for the agency's activities. The thing that has changed is that there is coming to you tonight a proposal for you to give advice and consent to a new RDA director. That director is a current city employee, and what we're proposing to do is to amend the services agreement so that it clarifies and explicitly states that the city will provide a city employee to serve as RDA director, and that in return, the RDA will transfer funds to the city to pay a portion of her salary. The current draft is 80%. And so what's coming to you tonight is approval of that agreement, as well as the resolution about the advice and consent.
Which is 80%, the city part or the RDA part?
80%, the RDA would transfer to the city an amount equivalent to 80% of the new director's compensation.
I guess my question is her time spent 80% in RDA and 20% something else?
I don't think that that's probably a better question for Bill, who's not here.
Bill's on vacation.
My understanding is that that's not reflective entirely of the split in time for her, but I'm trying to skirt the fact that we haven't announced publicly who the appointee is yet, but the city employee in question works with a team of other employees who will also be working under her to do RDA business. So it's shorthand. So 80% of her compensation is shorthand for all of the services that her and her team will be providing to the RDA, not that she will be devoting 80% of her time specific. We felt like that was a easier way to go about it than try to document it down to the minute for every employee that's involved.
And if we find that it's grossly off, then we can readjust it.
Yeah, we can adjust it at any time, because it's gonna be something, you're gonna have to approve the transfer every budget, so it's gonna be under review every year.
So other than a guesstimation, you really zone in to make sure that we're not getting overcharged in the RDA fund.
Well, the great thing about this particular instance is that the employees that we're talking about, the rest of the work they do is grant funded, and federal regulations require them to track explicitly all of their time that they're using for the grant. So we're gonna know the answer by subtraction, because we're gonna know exactly how much time they spent on other stuff. And because of that, we're gonna know how much time they spent on RDA stuff. Is that right, John? Am I misspeaking about that?
That's accurate portrayal, yeah.
So speaking for myself, I can't speak for the council. I would like to see those reports at least annually about how probably more sooner this time because it's new. But I don't necessarily want the RDA to be overcharged for things that they should be overcharged. I'd like to see it at least annually, but now, what, 6 months? And just give it a, well,
They would have the time that's spent on the other home and CDBG funds, so that's what you're wanting,
Yeah,
okay?
And we're, like I said, you'll get that review every year as part of the, or you can ask for that review at least, because every year the transfer will be part of the budget. And if it alleviates some of the concerns, I will say that for some of the organizational issues that we've been dealing with recently in the RDA and the amount of time these employees have been spending on those issues. In the first year, I would have to guess it's probably not enough. But then after that, we'll have more data.
Yeah, I would guess her entire compensation is not enough for the last few months of work that they've, or the hours they've.
Because we've had an attorney, a law clerk. I've spent some time on it. The city recorder, the employee in question, and 2 other employees and a free BYU intern have all been dedicated to organizing RDA files.
that's a fair point.
That sounds like it can be quantified into damages.
Well, historically, we've charged 100% to the RDA, so.
I didn't know that.
They've been resided in the tax increment fund, and that's where all their salary is charged.
Yeah.
So we're trying to be more specific, and well, again, I recognize that we've split the duties of this person from
That's true too.
from how it was done earlier. So we're trying to be more transparent and give more detail about how we're doing things.
With more accountability.
Yeah.
But if we could get that report, John, of like how much % of time that team is spent on that particular RDA function, when we get our reports every year, just have that split out. I don't really care how much time they spend on the home or whatever, because that'll be deducted. Just, just 70% of their time, 80% of their time, 90% of their time, something. We can just quantify that.
Okay, I think it'll be easier with the support staff, but I think what we can do with the director is maybe just an approximate amount of their time. It's gonna be harder for the director, but the support staff, I think it'll be easier. So we can get something for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, appear to be good. Thank you, Brian. If there's no objection, we will now adjourn the RDA governing board by unanimous consent. All right. Still plenty of time to eat. And let's make George gets time to review.
Recording stopped.